verification of the number of councillors who have signed the register so as to confirm quorum. We will be back at 10:15. I thank you. Those of us that's outside, can we walk inside? Thank you. We should be seated so that we can be counted. Some of us are walking out, some of us are walking in. Councillor De Lange.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Colleagues, I'm listening to Councillor De Lange, please.
Madam Speaker, I just had a look at the speakers list. And if you can refer to items 74 and 75, I would presume those will be in-committee items to consider. And then maybe if our chairperson from Economic Development can just ask that item 76, which is the spaza shop bylaw that we've been working on in the committee over the past few months, can either be elevated or just moved, because traditionally, if we go in committee, that's normally our last stint for the day. But if you look at item 76, I think it must just be moved, or we're going to have to get out of in committee and then go to the item 76 for the day. Thank you.
Councillor De Lange, I would appreciate if you repeat what you have said after we have checked the quorum, because I gave a 10-minute break for the quorum, and I'm once again asking that if we are seated, that we don't move out, because we want to see how many people we have inside, and then how many people that have signed the register. Now, apology accepted, Councillor, but I'm just asking that we remain seated whilst we are counting. Otherwise, we can also not count properly. And you are going to be the ones, if we vote for anything, that would say we cannot do whatever we have done. Colleagues, you see what I'm saying? We have 113 seated, but you keep on walking in as we are counting, and it's problematic. So I'm going to allow another 10 minutes for counting. Please be seated, put glue or bubble gum under your seat. There's others walking in, so please put glue or bubble gum, those that are seated. Asseblief toch. So we can finish gauw today. Thank you. We'll get now what is on the register outside. Councillor Belinda, is that a love look or a hate look? Councillor Belinda, is it a love look or a hate look?
Morning, Madam Speaker. I just want to say you look beautiful today.
Thank you so much. I have a bank card. I hope I can get the PIN because it's a business gold card and it belongs to Ms. J. Mdlalose. I would love to have the card. It's a business gold card, so you can come to France if you wanted. But you are going to give us proof that you are that you are Mdlalose.
Speaker, you are eating in the chamber. Speaker, you are eating in the chamber.
I'm not eating. I'm not eating. Whoever that is, I'm not eating. I don't eat before 11:30. I don't even have breakfast, so I don't eat. Maybe someone wants to buy me breakfast. Colleagues, councillors, we have asked the 10 minutes so that we can count those that are seated. But people like Councillor Mahila and the MMC of Transport are moving amongst each other. And then we are finding Niemand and Iemand moving. And then we find the chief whip moving. And Maluleka. Colleagues, please, we want to start. Marit gaan ons nie help nie. I can also move to Andile, and they don't count me. Tarocha is quiet. Aibo. Nice. Okay, those that are counting, please, they are seated now. Can we do the counting? And also check the register. On the register, we are 145. So we just want to check how many are we here seated. There's 2 minutes still. Okay, colleagues, everybody has been counted. There's 145 on the register, and we are 145 in the chamber. So we are ready to go. Thank you.
Councillors, we proceed with applications for leave of absence.
Thank you, colleagues. Leave of absence. We have, once again, MMC in Conco, ill health, MMC J. Cllr, political party business, Councillor G. Ramaru, private business, Councillor Z. U, private business, maternity, Councillor D. Dews, private business, Councillor Brandt, ill health, Councillor J. Cherry, political party business, Councillor P. Mokwena, political party business, but I think I see Councillor Mokwena here. Okay, Councillor Z. May, I can see Z. May is here. And Councillor Harris will leave at 12. And Councillor G. Nwepe, private business. Councillor M. Low, private business. Councillor D. Molisane, private business. Any apologies from the floor? Councillor Simonse, Councillor Mhlongo, and then Councillor Avant Smith, then Councillor De Lange, then Councillor Ntombela, and then Councillor Mogape. In that order, I think you have heard out. And then the last of all will be Councillor Mangane, but there's another one that beat you to last, is Councillor Magwenchu. Chief Whip, you'll be the last of the last of the last. In that fashion.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the correction on the LOAs. Just Councillor Ponsonby is away on party business, and MMC Kunene is going to be leaving early. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Speaker. I'd like to be excused at 2 o'clock if you are not done. I've got a doctor's appointment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Speaker. We have Councillor Haggart on personal business, Councillor Depe on ill health, and Councillor Finn ill health. Councillors Mazabuko, Masira, Mulasani, and Hun will be late, probably around 11:30ish. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Paul Smith has got a doctor's appointment. He will be joining us a bit later at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From Action SA, we've got ill health, Councillor C. Motlala, Councillor T. Nkomo, Councillor S. Mabilibele, late arrival, Councillor Chuma, Councillor Zwane, Councillor Ngwicheni, Councillor J. Mabunda, and J. Apane, Councillor J. Apane. Councillor Durant requests to leave at 1400 due to family responsibilities, Speaker. Thank you so much.
Next, Councillor, please.
Thank you, Speaker. From the EFF, we've got the following councillors who are ill health. It's Councillor Nkosi, Councillor Ndwele, Councillor Ngwenye, and Councillor Ntlap. Late arrivals, it's Mabidi Lala and Delekwa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Ndimacholoni from the FP. We have 3 apologies. Firstly, Councillor Makuba, she's running late. And Councillor Kanyile is attending council business in his ward. MMC Mabasa will leave at 2 if we are not done by then. Thank you.
Councillor De Lange and Councillor Mhlongo. Councillor De Lange, we have people that are on the podium. Councillor Magwenchu.
Greetings, Speaker. Councillor Yongamaz Kebe from the UTM is running late. And Councillor Kabelo Kamanda has just gone to the doctor, is not feeling well. So we're not sure whether he's going to come in but he's just gone with the doctor now. Thank you, sir.
Is that all the apologies? There's another apology that has arrived. Councillor Fatima Abdul is also not in today. She has personal issues. Yes, Councillor at the back, the last of the lasts.
No, thanks, Speaker. From the side of the ANC, I have Councillor Muhau, Mlefe Muhau, who requested that if we are not done
Councillor, I'm
at
not
4 o'clock.
accepting your apology. I'm not accepting it. You are seated.
My apologies. My
Councillor Ndou.
apologies, Speaker. Councillor Muhau requested that if we are not done at 4, can he be released? Thanks. My apologies, Speaker.
Chief Whip.
Speaker, morning. Niyima marito ya Councillor Belinda wa DA loka kuna munhu usaseke ngopfu. Speaker, I'm just standing here to table the apologies we are having. And it's me, Speaker. Councillor Singwepe, writing exam. Councillor S. Ngema, ill health. Councillor F. Ngwenya, arrived late. Councillor D. Francisco, ill health. Councillor Mabone, ill health. Councillor Mufukeng, family commitment. Councillor Elndo, to leave early, is going to see the doctor. Councillor Ne, bereavement. Councillor M. Mazubukwan, family matters. Councillor Khalshiwe to arrive late. Councillor Rapadu, family matter. Councillor Sikwa Ping, arrive late. Councillor M. Muliru, late arrival. Councillor S. Pumiti, late arrival. Councillor Godfrey Libya, late arrival. Councillor Twala, ill health. Councillor Sange, ill health. Councillor Ndu, leaving at 4 if we are not yet done. Councillor Mabuke, leave early at 12:30. Councillor Mzolo, arrive late. Councillor Muriru, Councillor Make, I'm sorry, leave early at 12. Councillor Ramafiking, she's not feeling well. Councillor
Just hold on,
Mnyeti.
Chair. Chief Whip. Councillor Zita, please.
Councillor Muyeti, family business. Councillor Satswayo, ill health. Councillor Mgadi, not feeling well. Councillor Mulife, arriving late. Councillor will leave at 12. Councillor Khatebe will leave at 1 o'clock. Councillor Mabuza, ill health. Councillor Sindani, leave at 1 p.m. Councillor Mgaga will leave at 2. I submit.
Thank you for the apologies. On a very, very light note, I want to understand, did the ANC caucus eat the same food that we ate yesterday? Because a lot of them has become sick today, but it's fine. We accept the apologies. Councillor Rand, do you have another apology? Schrader. Yes, Councillor Schrader.
Thank you for indulging me, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question. So if these sick people are sick, are they home in bed or will we see them on TV a little later?
I mean, I don't know, Councillor Schrader, I don't know. Speaker. But colleagues, on a very,
none of your business.
very important note, can we then move through the agenda swiftly without us doing funny tricks so that we are able to finish our agenda? Because it seems like by 3 o'clock, we are going to lose quorum. So if we are serious today, can we move? Let's not make keynote addresses. Let us move swiftly and stick to the item. Councillor Mbengwa, I hope you got the message. Thank you, colleagues. Let's move on. The apologies, Councillor Mbazibuku.
No, Chair, no, Speaker.
Our legs are not working today, no?
No, Speaker, I think you corrected yourself. I was just about to say we have not adopted the apologies.
Yes, I want to do that. Colleagues, can we then, are these apologies accepted? Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. So we'll start the meeting. No, colleagues. Colleagues, it is noted as you responded. It is noted as you responded. So we move on to the next item. Thank you.
Councillors, we are on recommendations to council.
Councillor or MMC Mabaso, recommendations to council.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the MMCs, all the colleagues that are in the chamber. Speaker, I rise to table the executive reports to council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Whip. It's not Chief.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to consider the recommendation to council is tabled. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Councillor De Lange. Jammerman.
No, you are correct, Speaker. I must speak now. Speaker, I think our quorum is very thin at 145. If you would please refer to the last item on the agenda, item 76. Speaker, this is a bylaw emanating from our Section 79 committee. And as we know, these bylaws are time sensitive. For that reason, can we please elevate, I've just discussed it with our chairperson and I've just discussed it with the Chief Whip as well, that we elevate this item immediately for debate, because this is one of the items, it must pass or it mustn't pass, but we can't wait and then we lose quorum and then we're going to have to restart this whole process from afresh. Thank you. If you would allow that, Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we will do that. We will do that. We'll elevate it. We'll accede to your. So we'll start off with item 76. Councillor Safumba.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Councillor De Lange. Speaker, may you just allow the Chief Whip to actually elevate the item, not yourself. Thank you.
Pardon?
May you allow the Chief Whip to elevate the item, not yourself.
Okay. Apologies, colleagues. Thank you so much. We are here to teach each other. Chief Whip, can you elevate the item?
Yes, Speaker. I just asked that we must elevate item 74, 75,
No.
and 76. And then, Chief Whip, I will like us while we are still here, all of us, we start with item 76, and then we go to 74 and 75, as Councillor Mnyameni will be leaving.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so item 74, item 76, 75 and 76 is elevated, but it was asked that we first do 76 and then we go to the other two items. Action essay? They are confusing me here, it's not me.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I thought even the Chief Whip maybe will also elevate item 54. It's also the bylaw of waste management. through you, Madam Speaker, maybe if you can speak with the Chief Whip also. Thanks.
Chief Whip, can you please listen to what comes from the floor? Councillor, can you repeat, Councillor?
Okay, thanks, Speaker. Maybe I should speak in Tsonga. Okay. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the Chief Whip, we are also requesting that if it's possible, you can also elevate item, isn't 54, the bylaw for waste management, considering that we'll end up losing the quorum. It's item 54, Chief Whip.
Okay, just hold on, Chief Whip, hold on. Councillor Safumba.
Thank you, Speaker. I tend to disagree with the councillor from Action SA. Item 54 is actually an oversight report. It's not the bylaw itself, so it cannot be elevated. Yeah.
It's a bylaw.
But it's written
It's a bylaw.
oversight report on the draft bylaw. It's not a bylaw report, it's an oversight report.
Let me just check with it before you get up, Chief Whip. Okay, it's from the committee. It is a bylaw. Okay. Okay, colleagues, I think let us move with the items that were there. Okay, let's move with the items that were called first. We will deal with that item as soon as we've sorted it out on the table, but let's move with those that we have. Chief Whip and then Chair Mnyameni.
Speaker, I'm just intending to say maybe I must call the whip party and then we discuss on the agenda. We see what we want to keep it up and then we come back and brief you quickly. We can just ask for only 5 minutes. Whip party.
Colleagues, before you clap those hands, colleagues, let me say it is granted. It is granted, Chief Whip, but Chief Whip, can we stick to 5 minutes, not a second longer? 5 minutes. So you are leaving now. It is, my watch says 10:30. You come back at 10:35. Colleagues, wait. Councillor Mnyameni. Chair Mnyameni, can you come this side, please? Colleagues, can we settle down? The 10 minutes is gone. Can we settle? We don't want to have a situation where we don't have quorum for this meeting. Can we settle down? Legal Sikhala, come to your place. Councillor Safumba, be seated. Councillor Mnyameni, Chair Mnyameni, all of us that's walking in, can we walk faster? Otherwise, I can go home at 7 o'clock. I don't mind. I'm here to work. Zita, go to your seat. I hlala phansi. Chief Whip, you asked for a time with the whips. Can you report back to us, please?
Thanks, Speaker. I have called the whips. We have an agreement with the whips that items 74 and 75 will refer it to the next council because it's an in-committee and it needs time. And then we will start with item 76, and then we go to item 54, and then we go to item 58, and then we do 57, 64, 50, and 35. Thanks.
Can I hear from the acting LOEB? Are we fine?
No, can you repeat what you said, sir? I got confused because now he's mixing up the reports. I thought that they would be engaging on the legislature reports only. So he can't elevate reports on our behalf.
Exactly, that's why I'm asking, can we get from the LOEB?
Because what I had requested from the whip was that, because we've got item 34 as the report that we will want the council to consider today. So the report that they are elevating must not go above item 34. And now I'm hearing him now reporting on other items, which are executive items. So if he could share that list with us so that at least we agree.
Okay, let's just have a look at this. Item 54 is an oversight report on public participation. That's the draft bylaw, right? Item 58 is motivation that council recover or certify as recoverable and regularize unauthorized and irregular spending. 57 is Joburg City Safety Strategy. 64 is the ruling of the presiding officer. That is, that's rules. 64 is also rules. 85, is it 55 or 65? 65 is also a performance assessment report for group finance. Those are the reports. LOEB?
Now I'm getting confused.
I've got 76, 54, 78, 57, 64, 50, and 65. And 74 and 75 has been taken out completely, unless I didn't hear right.
Okay, Speaker, can we just have 5 minutes? Yeah, because really I'm getting confused. And
Yes, I'm also
I don't want to be
confused.
confused.
Councillor Ran?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could I make a recommendation that the Chief Whip and the LOEB just take 5
Yes,
minutes?
yes.
And just so that we
Yes,
all then on the
yes.
same page. Thank you.
Chief Whip and acting LOEB, can you have your 5 minutes and agree on what is what? We are going home at 6 tonight.
Catch a clock.
And now look, you're on. Your microphone is on.
But you're talking.
Yeah, but I'm not the one saying you're going to get a clap. With who? Which Martin?
Can we be seated? I think as the table, we are fine. Can we get to our seats, please? We want to start. Action SA, be seated. Councillor Nguze, be seated. MMC Twako, all of us, can we be seated so we can start? Whoop, can you start, please?
Thank you, Speaker.
GCFO.
We have agreed with the LOEB that item 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64 will be deferred to the next council. 59 to 64. And also item 74 and 75 will be deferred to next council.
If we remain silent, we will hear what the speaker on the podium is saying.
And we agreed that we will start with item 34, and then we will go to item 76, 54, and item 54 and 57 and 58 in that order. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, so let me just repeat. The items from 59 to 64 will be done in the next council sitting. The items 74 and 75 has also been deferred to the next council sitting. The first item that we are going to do now that has been elevated is item 34, item 76, item 54, item 57, item 58, and then we go back to our normal agenda. I'm certain that we all got that. So we're starting off with item 34, which the Secretary to Council will read into record now. I thank you.
Councillors, item 34 is authorization to concurrently manage the public participation process as contemplated in section 33, subsection 1A of the Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003 and regulation 5, subsection 1A and 34, subsection 1A of the Municipal Asset Transfer Regulations.
Thank you, STC. Can we go to the first speaker? That's from Action SA, Councillor B. Ntlemeza.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker, fellow councillors, guests in the gallery, and our beloved residents of the city of Johannesburg. We as Action SA, we note the report. However, the community is tired of the public participation that are not solving their problems because lack of capable leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we have Councillor A. Komane from the EFF?
Speaker, ke a le dumedisa kaofela, councillors. Speaker, if you may allow me to take this opportunity, this moment to wish my colleague seated here, right hand, and on my left hand, sorry, a wonderful and joyous birthday. May this day be filled with happiness and love, every blessing she deserves. Colleague, may you enjoy this day to the fullest, and may life grant you prosperity, fulfillment, and yes, may you be granted land and every opportunity that comes with it. and will uplift you and your constituency, the residents of Johannesburg.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, and may many more years to follow. Speaker, going back to the item that I'm here for, the approval of this report is not a procedural matter. It is strategic intervention that directly contributes to job creation and economic development. Rea Vaya has historically contributed significantly to both permanent and short-term employment, especially within the communities where its routes and facilities are located, enterprise participation and income generation for many families. Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters, we remain unwavering in our commitment to support any initiative that expands sustainable and dignified jobs for our residents. We believe that every decision of this council must be assessed by its ability to uplift communities, empower workers, and open economic channels for SMEs. It is also important to highlight that for the operations under this report to be implemented effectively, the bus operating company must be granted a long-term right of use of the Dobsonville depots. Without this security of tenure, the operational rollout will be compromised, delayed, and potentially rendered ineffective. A long-term right of use ensures stability, proper planning, and efficient delivery of services. Speaker, approving this report is therefore approving economic growth, approving skills development, and approving real opportunities for SMEs and workers within the transport value chain. Also considering that it be done in an honorable and ethical way. EFF support and approve the authorization stated in the recommendation of this report. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Komane. ANC, Councillor B. Magwaza.
Ngibingelele Speaker, ngibingelele MMC, abakhona, ngibingelele abahlali base City of Johannesburg. As the ANC, we note the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Magwaza. MMC Kunene.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me greet you. Let me greet the Chief Whip of the fastest growing political party in South Africa. Let me greet the Joburg 10, the very active councillors deployed by the Patriotic Alliance. I'm the 11th one. Madam Speaker, before I speak to the item, let me respond to Councillor Crichton for misleading the residents of Johannesburg and this council yesterday when I am not here. Madam Speaker, this is my time.
Can you just...
This is my time.
MMC, I'll stop your time. Councillor Belinda.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Kunene is out of order. He was not MMCs had an opportunity to respond yesterday, and he did not utilize his opportunity to respond. And today he wants to make personal attacks. That is completely out of order. Please, can you correct him, please?
MMC Kunene, before you start, don't worry, I'm keeping your clock. Before you start, I'm just quickly consulting something here. Councillor Kunene, MMC Kunene, before you light your mic, you should just start your speech. You say whatever you want to say in your speech, and don't talk to people personally, but just no. Wait, Councillor. Don't be personal. Speak and speak. Whatever you speak, speak. Do your speech, but don't become personal and don't deal with. Okay, can you hear me? You speak as it is your time to speak, but you don't become personal and don't call personal things. And don't respond to personal things, just speak as you are. You have 5 minutes. Speak. Colleagues, can I ask you, it is Councillor or MMC Kunene that's responding. And if you want anything, you put up your hand and you say what you want to say. You say it in a point of order. You don't speak over the speaker. And I don't mean myself, but the person on the podium. Thank you, Councillor.
Hakilebue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, colored lives matter. Colored lives matter.
Councillors, I've asked for MMC to respond. I don't mind to be here until 6 o'clock. I have not put an apology that I'm leaving early. So please, Councillor, MMC, can you please respond to your item?
Colored lives matter, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Hold on. Councillor EFF at the back, I'm not sure I can't see your name.
Okay, it's fine, Madam Speaker. We have paparazzi in the gallery. There's a paparazzi that's taking us pictures up in the gallery there. If you can caution us, please.
The media is in the gallery. The media is here in the gallery recording the session. They have got applications to be here. Councillor De Rocha, are you having a point of order on the paparazzi? No, but he hasn't spoken. And you can't have a point of order and a point of order, please, colleagues. Can I'll allow you, but I'm allowing you, but your leaders are cautioning you. Your leaders are cautioning you. MMC, praat volgens jou speech. Oh.
Baie dankie, mevrouw Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I arrived here as a councillor and an MMC.
Just hold on. There's media that is dealing with media for this session. But if you are just an ordinary person that was invited by someone, you are not going to take videos. And I'm going to let protocol take you out. I'm going to let protocol take you out or take your phones. Thank you so much. Only media. Margaret's friends cannot take any pictures. Thank you. Thank you. MMC.
5 minutes begins. Madam Speaker, when I was appointed as MMC of Transport, indeed, the BRT stations were not in a working state. As we speak, Madam Speaker, during my tenure, we started the process of renovating these BRT stations. And that process is ongoing. When I took over, Madam Speaker, Piotrans, yes, indeed, had problems. And Madam Speaker, for the first time, Piotrans got the attention of the city through my office, and Piotrans is under business rescue. Piotrans was failed by national government in the model of the BRT, how it was structured. And people who were used to run taxis were put in a corporate structure, appointed CEOs and CFOs who stole them blind. And Madam Speaker, I have tried my best to assist until the court appointed a business rescue practitioner. Madam Speaker, Transport Department has improved under my leadership. GT was never advertised for 13 years. But after I took over, an advert went out, it was processed, a report was given that it was non-responsive, it was advertised for the second time. But the point I'm making is, for 13 years, no advert went out. During my tenure, an advert went out. And that process of evaluation took place. Madam Speaker, I don't know who did I throw under the bus. Because certainly, I have not thrown anyone under the bus. 1C could not progress. There were challenges when it comes to 1CA. When I came in and I took over, Madam Speaker, we fast-tracked that process. The BOCA was signed. Just 2-3 weeks ago, we launched the 68 buses and were ready to hit the streets. Unfortunately, one of the directors of ABC was shot. And the taxi associations requested that we postpone the operations so that they can bury one of their leaders. So from a city point of view, we are ready to run. The stations have been fixed. The BRT stations have been renovated. Security has been deployed. So I don't know who has been thrown under the bus. Sometimes, Madam Speaker, we must speak the truth and not speak to campaign in council by misleading the residents of Johannesburg. I get praises from the opposition when they call me to respond to the challenges in their wards. But when they come here, they don't sing the praises that they sing to me in private. They don't say things in this council that the WhatsApp messages that they send to me, thanking me. So, Madam Speaker.
MMC, just hold on. Colleagues on my left, please. And colleagues on my right, please. MMC, you can carry on. You have 1 minute left.
When I took over, Madam Speaker, for 7 years.
MMC, just hold on. Councillor Belinda.
Hey, she likes me, this one.
Madam Speaker.
I can't hear the councillor.
Madam Speaker, MMC Kunene mustn't flatter himself. That's the first thing I wanted to say. Secondly, he still has not responded to Ward 74 queries. So he's not getting any compliments from people private.
Thank you,
I'm just saying.
Thank you. MMC, you have your minute.
Madam Speaker, when I took over for 7 years, automated fare collection tender could not be finalized for 7 years. Within less than a year, a company was appointed. On the 31st of October last year, we went cashless. And we saved the city from theft between 3 and 4 million per month. That's the revenue that is coming into the coffers of the city because of that implementation. Madam Speaker, I can go on and on. But speaking to the item, Madam Speaker,
20 seconds.
The tender went out. It is now in a public participation process. We need to go out on public participation so that this process can be finalized. We therefore request Council to note this particular item. Thank you very much. Salute, Osbaizani, Cllr.
Colleagues, you guys are in a December mode. Recommendations are on page 10. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. STC?
Councillors, we're now on item 76, and that is section 79 Economic Development Oversight Report and comments regarding public participation on the Township Economies Bylaw for the period 19th August to 30th September 2025.
A member in charge, Councillor T. Mhlongo.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor in his absentia, to the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauge, to the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Morema, the son of the hunter in his absentia, members of the Mayoral Committee, Sbali, Acting Mayor, Acting LEOP, and to all of the MMCs. Greetings to the Section 79 Chairperson, all councillors and colleagues in the August House. Greetings to the members, members in the Cllr. Madam Speaker, I rise to table item 76, Section 76 Economic Development Oversight Report and comments regarding public participation on the Township Economies Bylaw, public for the period 19 August to 30 September 2025, to be considered and approved by this council. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member in charge. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor F. De Lange.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Madam Speaker, what a wonderful bylaw. Just a bit of background. If we look at the informal economy in South Africa, through a bit of research that was done, it looks like a 900 billion to 1 trillion rand informal economy. And some research has shown that it is 28% of GDP. But unfortunately, a lot of this is unregulated. Just in a snapshot, Spaza shops, 190 billion. The fast food section of Spaza shops, 90 billion. Now, Madam Speaker, if people want 3 universities, free schooling, housing, free university, free healthcare, it's all a good idea. But let's all pay our taxes. I think this is what makes this bylaw long overdue. But unfortunately, within the city, we pass these bylaws. The problem is the implementation of these bylaws, Madam Speaker. So even in the committee, when we looked at this item on Monday in haste, I just mentioned that there's been a lot of complaints from informal traders with bribery with JMPD. So every region must have 10 JMPD only members working in a specific unit to regulate. So when fingers are pointed in a region, you know those 10 are taking bribes and it's much easier to investigate. On the implementation side of this, Madam Speaker, I'm taking Region C as a good example. Region C has got 101 Christian de Wet, the Civic Center, which is quite central, to have a one-stop shop there for informal traders to get regulated. Just up the road, 2 blocks down on Deckers, is Horizon SARS. Then the South African Revenue Service, maybe once or twice a week, can also sit there to regulate these individuals. The problem is when we have the public participation, and this is what worries me, Madam Speaker, very few people attend these public participation sessions. So the question stands, and this is my last comment. How many South Africans, legal South Africans, are trading through the informal economy, and how many illegal, undocumented, I'm not talking about asylum seekers, are trading within the city? Is that why one of the reasons that these public participation sessions are so poorly attended? In closing, Madam Speaker, we're going into the implementation stage now.
20 seconds.
The city must look at different ways and means to implement this specific bylaws, because it is daunting for anybody to start their own small business in South Africa to get regulated. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor De Lange. UDM, Councillor Zigebe.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you very much. This bylaw is fundamentally about dignity, safety, and economic justice in our townships. The public participation process, 9 meetings across all regions from 19 August to 30 September 2025, made one message clear. Our communities want regulation that protects them, not stifles them. Speaker, we must welcome the progress made. Residents raised concerns about unsafe food, inconsistent enforcement, corruption, digital exclusion, and infrastructure constraints. And the report responds with practical implementable measures, formalizing township businesses so they can grow within the law, introducing annual monitoring and evaluation, strengthening compliance through JMPD standard operating procedures, and supporting traders through training, digital inclusion, and a proposed township business compliance support fund. Critically, Speaker, the inclusion of Section 24A modeled on national liquor licensing enforcement closes a supply chain loophole that allows unlicensed shops to access food that puts our people at risk. This is accountability with development penalties that recycle back into compliance support. This Council must now approve this recommendation not as a punitive instrument, but as a pathway to safer food, fair competition, and a township economy that is regulated, empowered, and inclusive. I support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zigebe. Action SA, Councillor Moache.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you. Greetings to the fabulous 44. Greetings to fellow councillors, guests in the gallery, honorable residents of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, before I can even start, I would like to share what I've observed from yesterday. Actually, 2 things stood out for me, if you do not mind me sharing. The first one being the fact that our Honorable Speaker could not get her hand off the mute button. It must have been an early Christmas, I guess, but I take for today we are safe, Speaker. The second one would be the issue of the Tshwane Mayor, the Action A says Tshwane Mayor Dr. Nasipe Moya. They usually say you can be the moon, but still, possess jealousy over the stars. We need to give credit where it's due. If the Brazilians can do it from afar, let us please praise our own from home. Dr. Nasipe Moya is indeed doing well. Speaker, as I rise to speak on item 76, and without any waste of time to this chamber, I actually was privileged to share one of the public hearings, impressive as it was. The attendance was impressive, the inputs were very interesting. The special plea, though, will be that implementation be a priority key when it comes to that which we've already done. On that note, Speaker, Action SA notes the report.
Thank you, Councillor. EFF, Councillor Telekwa. Councillor that just spoke from Action SA, can you switch off your mic?
There we go.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm not Councillor Telegwa, but I'll speak on this one. And greetings to yourself, the caucus leader of the EFF, Councillor Dr. Mcinitswaku, the Chief Whip of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Councillor Tabisa Mohapi, and all the 29 battalions of the EFF. I greet you all and all colleagues in the House. Madam Speaker, like I indicated, I'm not Councillor Telegwa, but nevertheless, always the more, EFF will note the report, but we would like to say this, Madam Speaker. I know Councillor De Lange has raised this issue of a very small number that takes part in these public participations. I think we should, as councillors, make it a point that we are the ones who drive this to its fully effect, to make sure that we encourage people to go and participate in these public participations. Although we know around that time it would have been the time when we had the by-elections and stuff, which also needs our attention. But then I would like to urge all councillors to ensure that when this public participation are taking place, we are the ones at the forefront of ensuring that all our people are there in participation. Because to avoid things like now, we are found wondering as to whether the reason there were so low numbers in this kind of participations, it could be because of the people who are participating in this businesses in townships and stuff. It should not be concluded that these foreign nationals and stuff, while we know our people are there as well participating, it's just that sometimes we don't reach them enough as councillors and the people who should be doing so. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. ANC Councillor Mulelu. It's M-U-L-E-L-U.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Executive Mayor in absentia, Chief Whip, MMCs, Chair of Chairs, fellow councillors, and the residents of Johannesburg. Speaker, I rise to consider item 76, which is the report on the public participation process for the draft township economics bylaws, together with the related amendments to the waste management bylaw, as advertised in the Provincial Gazette of the 13th of June, 2025. This bylaw is intended to unlock township economy activities, to bring regulations where there has been uncertainty, and to support the thousands of residents who rely on township enterprises for income and survival. But it must do so with the communities. Speaker, the report shows that the city conducted an extensive public consultation program across all 7 regions. Written comments were solicited through the Provincial Gazette and city platforms. Physical meetings and stakeholder engagements were held in regions from region A to G, with signed attendance register forming part of this item. An online public participation register also captured digital submissions and interest from residents. These records demonstrate the residents' businesses, community structures, and traders took the process seriously, and it is our duty to honor that effort. Speaker, across these regions, people raise concerns. Regulatory clarity. Communities ask for a bylaw that is simple, implementable, and supportive of livelihoods rather than punitive. Health and safety. Many participants stress the need for better oversight of food handling, fire safety and waste management. Fairness and enforcement. Residents required consistent application of standards so that compliant traders are not disadvantaged by those operating outside the rules. Participants emphasized that township entrepreneurs need access to permits, training, infrastructure, and economic opportunities, not only enforcement, Speaker. The city has captured these concerns in the annexures and has provided written responses to the issues raised. Council should also note that stakeholders also submitted their proposals, which included a proposed new section 24A seeking to prohibit the supply of food to unlicensed puzzle shops. This reflects the public concern regarding accountability in the food supply chain and the health safety of consumers, especially our children. While opinions may differ on this provision, what is clear is that residents expect the city to take food safety, licensing, and compliance seriously. This bylaw is not simply a legal document, Speaker. It affects the women running a home bakery to support their children. It affects informal traders who employ 2 or 3 of their neighbors, and the residents who rely daily on township shops and services. Now, our responsibility today is to ensure that the framework we adopt promotes economic participation, protects public health and safety, creates certainty for both traders and suppliers, reflects the voices captured through the public participation process. If adopted, the real test will be in the implementation. It needs to have fairness, communication, and support. The bylaw must enable township economies to grow, not to force them further into informality. In conclusion, Speaker, the document before us shows a comprehensive and transparent consultation process. The city listened. Communities contributed. Now council must act. Let us adopt a bylaw that is firm but fair. One that regulates but also empowers. One that strengthens township economies rather than stifling them. And one that reflects the values and aspirations of the residents that we serve. I hereby table my support for processing of item 76 with a clear expectation that the implementation will continue to center the voices of our townships. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Can we have the MMC that's responding to the item? MMC Makafula.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, all the concerns and contributions made are noted. I thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Colleagues, the recommendations are on pages 76.4. Is the item agreed to? Okay, we've agreed to the item. Oh, sorry. Member in charge, apologies. Because you're wearing a Joburg Zoom jacket, so I thought you're from ComDev.
Okay, apology accepted, Madam Speaker. No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I close on this item, Madam Speaker, let me just take this opportunity to thank the members of the committee, Madam Speaker, for their participation in this public participation sessions. We hope that the department will note the submissions made by the committee for JMP to have a specific unit that will be specifically deal with the adherence to this bylaw in its implementation phase, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, let me also congratulate Johannesburg Fresh Produce, that is Johannesburg Market, for receiving a clean audit, and the City of Johannesburg, Madam Speaker, for hosting a successful G20 under the leadership of the Executive Mayor. Madam Speaker, because this is the last, I think this is the last council meeting that we are sitting this year, I want to also extend my gratitude to my secretariat or the secretariat of the committee for doing a splendid job, and the member and the directors from the Department of the Economic Development by organizing such a successful public participation, and also appeal to all ward councillors specifically to make sure that if there are public participation, they must encourage the residents to attend these sessions because they are very important. And that, Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Member in Charge. Recommendations, once again, page 76.4, and there is an item agreed to. Thank you, colleagues. We have agreed to the item. STC.
We're now on item 54, which is an oversight report on the public participation regarding the draft waste management bylaws from 21st August to the 23rd September 2025.
We only have one speaker, and it is Councillor P. Magwaza. Member in charge. Only have a member in charge. There are no speakers on this item. So, member in charge.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to table item 54 to be considered by the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. There are no speakers. The recommendations are on page 54.2. Is the item agreed to? Thank you so much. STC.
Item 57 is a 2025 Joburg City Safety Strategy and Implementation Plan.
ACDP, Councillor Rolson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you, Madam Speaker, and greetings to the colleagues and all protocols observed. The ACDP notes this report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. God bless you all.
Thank you, Councillor Rolson. Action SA, Councillor G. Durant.
Good morning, Speaker and fellow councillors, all protocol observed. I rise on item 57. Today we table an evidence-based assessment of the City of Johannesburg safety strategy. Let me state from the outset, this is a strong, well-designed strategy. It aligns with global best practice, it's conceptually sound, and it reflects a deep understanding of what a safe and resilient city should look like. But we must also confront an uncomfortable truth that the City of Johannesburg does not currently have the funding, structure, capacity, or interdepartment cooperation required to implement the strategy in full. In its current state, the JCSS overextends the city. Based on the institutional realities, we have assessed only 30 to 40% of the proposed interventions are realistically achievable. This does not mean strategy is flawed. It means the system is not yet ready to be executed. Structural instability, no dedicated funding. Quite simply, the strategy is unfunded and therefore it cannot be implemented at scale. Accountability gaps, weak data and technology systems. We lack a unified safety intelligence platform. Data remains fragmented and unreliable across SAPS, JMPD-CRUM and the IIOC. As a result, monitoring and evidence-based planning are severely weakened. When the data is poor, safety planning becomes poorer. Poor multi-agency coordination. Cooperation with SAPS, the NPA, Provincial Safety, Home Affairs remains inconsistent and informal. Mandates overlap, roles remain unclear, and joint operations lack formal structure. Local government cannot deliver safety alone. These partnerships must be formalized if we expect meaningful results. Communication failures. There is no communication strategy to support the JCSS internally. Awareness is low. In communities, understanding is even weaker. A strategy that is not understood cannot be implemented. Speaker, the conclusion is unavoidable. The JCSS looks great on paper. However, it can only be embedded with better financial governance and accountability. The city is overambitious given its current governance weaknesses, budget limitations, lack of accountability mechanisms, outdated technology systems, weak intergovernmental collaboration, and widespread operational backlogs. If we want the JCSS to succeed, the city must take the following corrective steps. Reposition the JCSS under the office of the COO or the office of the city manager to ensure transversal authority. Create a ring-fence safety budget that cannot be diluted or repurposed. Include safety-related KPIs in all relevant departmental scorecards, not only JMPD. Development a unified crime and safety intelligence system shared across departments. Sign a binding MOU with SAPS, NPA, Provincial Safety and Home Affairs to formalize multi-agency cooperation. Stabilize political and administrative leadership for at least 3 to 5 years, ensuring continuity of implementation. Action SA grants conditional approval of the JCSS 2025. Implementation must proceed only after the critical structural, financial, and accountability reforms have been put in place. This approach is realistic and aligned with our duty to ensure that any safety strategy in the city adopts one we can actually implement. Johannesburg deserves a city that is safe, well-governed, and able to execute its plans. The JCSS can take us there, but only if we fix the system first. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maila, DA.
Madam Speaker, the leader of the official opposition, the Whip of Council, esteemed members of Council, the City Manager and the Executive Management Team, the people of Johannesburg, greetings and salutations. On 17 February 1995, on the occasion of the opening of Parliament, the founding father of our constitutional democracy, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, said the following about the scourge of serious and violent crime in our country, and I quote, "The situation cannot be tolerated in which our country continues to be engulfed by the crime wave, which includes murder, crimes against women and children, drug trafficking, armed robbery, fraud, and theft. We must take the war to the criminals and no longer allow the situation in which we are mere sitting ducks of those in our society who, for whatever reason, are bent on engaging in criminal and antisocial activities," close quote. Today, Madam Speaker, more than 30 years later, the situation to which President Mandela referred continues without abating, as if we have not had a government whose first and highest obligation was supposed to have been the safety and security of those among us who call South Africa their home. The DA's crime prevention and criminal justice policy observes that high levels of crime, particularly violent crime, and sometimes committed by police officers themselves, has severely diminished public trust in law enforcement and other criminal justice institutions. On average, Madam Speaker, approximately 1 death per day in our country is as a result of police misconduct. Police are not the first port of call when people are in distress, and often they are not a port of call at all, as many crimes go unreported. We have had so many crime prevention strategies before. From the 1996 National Crime Prevention Strategy we developed under the leadership of the First Minister of Police, Dr. Sidney Mufamadi, to the White Paper on Safety and Security developed in 1998, which laid government's groundwork for the establishment of community safety forums as a mechanism for local crime prevention, information sharing, and coordinated efforts within the criminal justice system. Whilst these strategies may well have been successful in certain respects, it is important to remind you that a strategy is essentially just a roadmap for the achievement of long-term goals. On its own, a crime prevention strategy will not prevent crime. The recipe for a successful and effective crime prevention strategy must have two main ingredients: a costed and fully funded plan, and the political will to implement such a plan. This crime prevention strategy has not been fully funded, and there is absolutely no political will to ensure that the people of Johannesburg are and feel safe. But we are not surprised, Madam Speaker. It was the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, who told us on 16 June 1858 that a house divided against itself cannot stand. This is a coalition at war with itself. We have seen members of this coalition government yesterday bringing motions of no confidence against each other. Such is the chaos that governs the city of Johannesburg right now. The DA believes that the people of Johannesburg deserve much, much better than what was wrinkled together to form this coalition of chaos. That's why our party appointed Helen Cllr as the Joburg mayoral candidate for the 2026 local government elections. The truth, Madam Speaker, is right now as we speak, Helen remains the only person in our country who has served both as the executive mayor of the city of Cape Town and as Premier of the Western Cape for 2 full terms. There is absolutely no doubt in our minds that the DA will get things done for the people of Johannesburg when we take over next year, just like we have done for the people of Midvaal, where we have the only municipality in our province with 11 consecutive clean audit opinions from the Auditor General of the Republic. Let's get registered on the IEC website in order to rescue Joburg together in the 2026 local government elections. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maila. Councillor Nanemba from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. All protocol observed. The Economic Freedom Fighters approves the report together with recommendations. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nanemba. Councillor Mota.
Greetings to you, Speaker. Greetings to Executive. Greetings to councillors. Greetings to residents of the city of Joburg. Re le mokgatlo o mogolo wa African National Congress, re nota report item 57. A gona nkoko o tlo tla mo city of Joburg. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. MMC Twaku.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning to my colleagues, to the battalion of the EFF, the councillor that is here today, everyone. Let me first take this opportunity to, as the EFF, we did not formally welcome Dr. Floyd Brink as the CM in this council. We We are welcoming you, Doctor. Please, may you work very well and work with everyone. We wish you well in your new duties. Let me take also this opportunity to wish the treasurer of a sub-region I'm coming from, Ramatsoban, Councillor Ramatsoban, happy birthday. She's a jolly good fellow. Okay, enjoy your birthday. That's the treasurer of sub-region, by the way. And quite a class as well. He's the chairperson of the sub-region A. He's gonna take you toe to toe, Nina. So, happy birthday, Councillor. We wish you well. And also on a serious note, let me take this opportunity to pass my condolences to my friend, my strategic advisor, that has passed on. We buried him on Saturday, the former MMC, David Dembe, the champion of Buyam Teto, the champion of Nomaganjani, and the champion of Nomaganjani Manje Namhlanje. Condolences to the family. Rest well, Chief. You've run the race. We're actually gonna miss you. By the way, you're all invited to the festive season launch that will be on Friday, that will be dedicated to this great man. Councillor Cllr, we note your comments. Of course, we need more money. GCFO is there. Public safety. We are really ready to work. Uvile ke GCFO, CM, the strategy is proper, but there's no money. So Fakimal is born. We need that. Data integration, I agree with you, it must be data driven. It's one of the strategies that we want to do. Of course, we signed a memorandum of understanding between us and the other municipalities, even though correctly so that it's not being implemented 100% because we're still arresting each other. So I know that the Premier said that they might just look at that framework in terms of how we're going to implement it, because we've signed, we must work together, we must share data. I know that the Chief of Police, he knows that I'm very passionate about data-driven things. In other words, we're even proposing that, councillors, we must have, Councillor Mail, ungakote sections zako zininzi. Hey,
MMC, just hold on. MMC, just hold on. We're stopping your time. There's someone on my left-hand side that the phone keeps on ringing. Can we please switch off our cell phones or put them on silence? Please. Thank you. MMC?
Yes,
you can carry on.
What we wanted to really do, Councillor Mail, was to have what is called a crime analysis and tracing team, because to trace all these, what you call these cases that are there, and also wanted to get the first-hand crime analysis that is happening in the city. By the way, there is a political will, colleagues. We're working very well, because remember, when we arrived in that department, we've launched the TRU, a crime busting unit. Lama chita bamba ngalama BM amhlophe. Uneza bag niyabaz babanjan, they are no nonsense takers. I mean, the perception now moved from crime in Johannesburg, it moved now to bylaw enforcement. And we're really dealing with that. Of course, it's not going down. Look at the crime stats, look at the statistics. Look at the statistics. At least there's a decline in crime.
40 seconds, MMC.
But the problem is that it's not fast enough. But there is a decline in crime. There is. But now the problem is the bylaw enforcement. We've unleashed JMPD. You know, we've hired a Director 14 is dealing with the bylaw. So the journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. We've started. We're going to finish it under this this government.
MMC.
And under the MMC deployed by the economic freedom fighters, we're going to ensure that the things are proper. Yeah. I thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, MMC. Colleagues, recommendations are on page 57.8. Is the item agreed to? Is the item agreed to? Yeah, Zita. MMC, can you please switch off your mic?
Councillors, item 58 is a motivation that council recover and certify as irrecoverable and irregularize unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure for November 2025.
Member in charge, Chair Raserute.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to table the motivation by Section 79 Municipal Public Account Committee for Council to recover or certify as irrecoverable and regularize irregular and unauthorized expenditures. According to Section 32, subsection 2 of the MFMA, a municipality must recover unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure from the person liable for that expenditure unless the expenditure after investigation by a council committee is certified by the council as irrecoverable and written off by the council. Further, according to Regulation 74, subsection 1D of the Municipal Budget and Reporting Regulations of 2009, once a council committee has investigated the recoverability of UIFW expenditure, the committee must submit a motivation to council explaining its recommendations regarding the recoverability of the expenditure. Speaker, noting these pieces of legislation, on the 11th and 19th of November 2025, the committee agreed to recommend to council that UIFW expenditure to be recovered and others be certified as irrecoverable and regularized. This expenditure covers various core departments. The expenditures range from 2017 to 2018, 2024, 2025 financial years. Madam Speaker, as the committee, we are encouraged that some of these matters will be referred to disciplinary board for further investigation where elements of financial misconduct were identified. In some cases, the committee even recommended that certain matters be referred to SAPS where elements of fraud and criminality were identified. On that note, Madam Speaker, I would like to extend my gratitude to the committee members and support staff for their unwavering commitment in ensuring that we deal with the historic UIFWs. As the committee, we work tirelessly to scrutinize these reports, often sitting until 10 o'clock in the evening to ensure that all investigation reports were thoroughly examined. As a result, we are now seeing some recoveries coming through. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that Council approves recommendations cited in the reports and its annexures. Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity and welcome the captain of the City of Johannesburg, Dr. Brink. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member in charge. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Boer.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and fellow councillors, all protocol observed. I rise on this item and I want to recommend the Impact Committee for doing a splendid work in regularizing and going through all those unauthorized and wasteful expenditures. One item on this report, the unauthorized expenditure resulting from the overspending from public safety 2023, 2024 and 2024, 2025, 500 million rand. These type of expenditures can be prevented. The MFMA allows us in the adjustment budget to regularize overspending there and then already, so that it doesn't even reflect on our balance sheet. And we have been using the adjustment budget for political gains and debating this thing without really serving the purpose for what it was initiated. And I'm hopeful to see that there are going to be changes in that. The Section 79 Finance Committee is going to play an oversight role on the adjustment budget so that we can regularize those overspendings before it even gets into the final year-end figures and be classified as an unauthorized expenditure. But having said that, there must be consequence management as well, because public safety has got a record of overspending, and it just cannot be. Then there's something wrong with the budgeting process, but we have to limit and to contain those unauthorized expenditures. By having said that, we know the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Raadslid Boer. ACDP, Councillor Harris.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to all the MMCs, councillors. A special word of welcome to the ACDP regional management team. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak to item 58. Now, the MFMA does make provision for what is being requested in this report, and morally correct to do so. The ACDP, in good consciousness, we simply cannot support this request, because really to write off 868 million rand, the optics of it is just totally unacceptable. So we do not agree with this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Mbengwa from the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to speak on item 58 that deals with UIFWs. Allow me to extend my greetings to caucus leaders from that other side, caucus leader in the DA, H. Nzojoku, I'm greeting, and the caucus leader of the Action SA across that other bench, and yeah, the others there. Madam Speaker, as I stand here, I'm not going to waste any more time, because I've noticed that we always get excited when they see Councillor Mbengwa. And Madam Speaker, I will be very brief on this one, and I'm going to stick to the item. I'm going to stick to the item, simple. Madam Speaker, item 58 deals with the write-offs. And there's money that we're going to write it off, and there's money that we're going to recover. In that item, we're simply saying, as the African National Congress, the MPEC is showing what is employed or tasked to do. And we are covering without showing favor or any nepotism or any favor, whatever that is. So as the ANC, we are supporting the recoverability as recommended by the committee. The ANC submit. Nda.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mbengwa. Councillor Dagama, you were fascinated, I could see that. Councillor Shaw from the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on item 58. Speaker, colleagues and residents of Johannesburg. The DA believes in Joburg. Today we table a report that tells two stories. A story of failure and a story of accountability. It exposes departments whose incompetence has drained the city of money that should have fixed roads, stabilized substations, repaired traffic lights and kept residents safe. But it also shows an impact committee that has finally drawn a line in the sand. The numbers in this report represent service delivery stolen from the people of Johannesburg. The committee found that 354 million in irregular expenditure that must be regularized, 514 million in unauthorized expenditure that must be written off, and more than 868 million that is gone forever. Let's speak plainly. Almost 1 billion was wasted because departments did not follow the law. Residents feel this waste every day. They sit without water for days, some for weeks, electricity trips for hours or weeks. And in Ward 89, JRA is missing in action while potholes grow and roads collapse. Every rand wasted is a rand stolen from service delivery. This report identifies exactly who the culprits are. Group Risk Assurance Services irregularly spent just under 370 million due to improper contract management with Aon over multiple years. Money that could have improved water infrastructure and strengthened fire systems or protect vandalized sites simply disappeared because someone failed to renew contracts on time. Public safety overspent its budget by over 514 million. That's R500 million lost through poor financial discipline and money that could have repaired fire engines or improved JMPD visibility. Yet, when residents ask for enforcement, JMPD says they have no vehicles, no staff or capacity. Public safety also incurred fruitless and wasteful salary payments of over 251,000 and irregular expenditure on vehicle rentals, all referred for disciplinary and criminal investigation. Development planning incurred just under 1.5 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. EPWP salaries paid outside financial controls on a project that produced no results. That is money that could have reduced planning backlogs of funding building inspectors. Group corporate and shared services irregularly spent around 7.2 million due to procurement violations involving NAO solutions, a matter recommended for referral to disciplinary board and SAPS. When public safety overspends by 514 million, crime gets worse. When Group Risk Assurance Services waste 336 million, stolen copper is not replaced and vandalized infrastructure remains exposed. When development planning mismanages EPWP funds, informal settlements wait longer for upgrades. While Joburg collapses, while lights stay off, pipes burst and roads crumble, the government of local unity poured its energy into the G20. And I ask, has the city incurred unauthorized expenditure to polish a global showcase while residents suffered? Because if there was, this council never saw a single MFMA Section 29 report from the executive mayor. Not one, no approval, no transparency, and no legality. So if the audited annual reports show they did, then they chose optics over accountability, and residents paid the price. And this all happens while the city still fails to implement proper records management or safeguard critical documents. The consequences are real. A resident risks their life dodging potholes. A mother walks home in the dark because streetlights are off. A business closes because water and electricity outages destroys their stock. And a community lives with drunk vegans, illegal occupation in our greenbelts, and lawlessness because JMPD vehicles are out of service. Waste is not financial, it's human. The DA has always been clear about its principles. We stand for clean governance, real accountability, and strict consequence management. We stand for the rule of law and proper procurement. We stand for a professional, non-racial public service that serves everyone. And above all, we stand for residents first, not cadres, not cronies, not corrupt networks. The DA believes in Joburg, where the DA governs with an outright majority. These principles are not slogans, they are practice. We hold our own accountable without fear or favor. Where residents tolerate wastage, the DA demands recovery. Where others excuse incompetence, the DA demands action. Action that's recommended in this report of recovery and accountability. It recommends a recovery of 1.7 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and over 7.2 million in irregular expenditure. It includes referrals to disciplinary boards and SAPs for suspected misconduct in public safety and GCSS. And it requires the accounting officer to submit standard operating procedures, MFMA Section 29 controls, and budget rebasing procedures within 30 days. These amounts may be small compared to what's been lost, but the principle is critical. If you waste residents' money, you will be held accountable. And this must not be a once-off event. It must become the new normal. National Treasury confirmed debt prescription starts when Council approves recovery. So it's pointless sitting in investigation results for years. And the Mbambisa and others versus Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality judgment, delivered on the 8th of November 2024, allows recovery from past employees so thieves can run, but they cannot hide. The truth is that Johannesburg is not short on money. It's short of discipline, competence, and leadership that respects public funds. Departments must get the basics right. Spend only what Council approved, follow procurement law, monitor budget monthly, and enforce consequence management consistently. More than R500 million of this waste, 514 million in a single year, happened under the ANC-led GLU. ANC, EF, FPA all claim clean governance in their
30
policies.
seconds left, Councillor.
But their actions break those promises. They waste and residents pay the price. The DA, along with the residents, are desperate for a competent, ethical government who has experience in turning service delivery around, getting clean audits and rooting out corruption. And the DA is ready to do that in the city of Johannesburg. The DA believes in Joburg. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor S. Nkonyeni from Action SA. Councillor Shaw, switch off your mic, please. Councillor Shaw, please switch off your mic.
Ngiyabonga Speaker. Ngibingelele kwena Somlomo. Ngibingelela amakhansela a lomkhandlu nezakhamuzi zaleli dolobha lethu. KwaNdonga ziyaduma. KwaNyama ipheli kuphela amazinyo endoda. Speaker, bengithanda ukusho nje ukuthi siyayibonga iG20. Kube bekungeyona iG20 bebengeke bayihluphe ngeDiviliers. Baqala bathethiswa wafika umengameli wezwe waqala bethethisa khona la kwiChamber. Wabuya futhi wababiza futhi kwimbizo bebaningi. Wabuya wabathethisa futhi ethi abathathe umzekelo. Wasethi abathathe umzekelo ngala kulaba
Councillors,
please protect me.
Councillors, Councillor Mazibuku, your hand is up. Councillors, kan ons asseblief aandag skenk aan die persoon wat besig is om te praat? Thank you.
Gabo, Speaker, can I be protected, please?
I have protected you.
Ngiyabonga Speaker. So, Speaker,
Councillors, please. Councillor Mazibuku, is your hand up now? Thank you. Councillor, can you sit down and switch off your mic, please?
No, on a point of order, Speaker. Can the councillor on the platform please speak to the item?
Councillor Nkonyeni, can you just be seated for a while? Earlier on, I had to ask Councillor or MMC Kunene to stick to the item and speak to a speech. So your time is running out. You have already wasted 1.5 minutes. I'm not sure. Colleagues, no. I'm not certain of whatever you have said, and we are working on getting interpretation. As soon as this system is working, when you're going to get your training in January, we could possibly also have interpretation. So I cannot interpret what you are saying. I have asked MMC to stick to his speech, and I'm asking you as well to stick to what you are standing up. You have wasted 1.5 minutes without me knowing what you are saying, so you have 3.5 minutes left. Thank you.
Kulungile Speaker, ayikho inkinga.
Councillor, just hold on. Hold on, we are keeping your 3.5
My time,
minutes.
Speaker.
Councillor Christians, apology, man. I normally see you here. Now you are there, apologies. I think you can be seated as you speak. I'm going to allow that for Councillor Christians. I'm allowing him to be seated while he speaks. Thank you, Councillor Christians.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise while I'm seated. In terms of Rule 72A, I will be taking the ruling that you just made because you've now contradicted yourself. You told Councillor Kunene to say what he wants to say. Now you're telling the the councillor on the podium that he must stick to the item. Thank you.
It's fine, Councillor. I've asked him to say what he's supposed to say to his speech. Councillor Nkonyeni, can you... Councillor Nkonyeni, can you carry on? You have 3.5 minutes.
Yeah,
Councillor
Speaker.
Christian, switch off your phone, your mic.
Ngiyabonga, Speaker. Speaker, the center is not holding. Yabo, Speaker, monkey ngale uphiqiphiqi nje yabo, and ngapha nenkomfa ingathi ibabambe ngamawashing. Kodwa ake ngiqhubeke, Speaker. washo councillor aphane ukuthi wababuza izolo ukuthi bangenaphi aba focus. Madam Speaker, non-delegates. Madam Speaker, Action SA urges Council to demand quarterly reporting from the accounting officer on all UIFW controls, not annual reporting. Implement strict contract management enforcement. Departments must not wait until the last month of a contract to act. Strengthen real-time budget monitoring to prevent unauthorized expenditure before it occurs. Ensure that referrals to SAPs and disciplinary processes are checked, reported, and concluded. Ensure that recoverable UIFW is actually recovered, not simply noted. Speaker, while we acknowledge MPEC's diligent work and commend their willingness to enforce consequence management, we must confront the undeniable truth. Johannesburg continues to bleed money through preventable and repeated financial mismanagement. The amounts before us today are not just figures. They are lost opportunities for service delivery and public trust. Action SA raises its concerns firmly and critically, and while we support the need to comply with MFMA processes, we insist that the city moves from reaction to prevention, from write-off to accountability, and from excuses to real reform. Ngibonge, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Member in charge, Raserute.
Thank you very much, Speaker. All contributions have been noted, Speaker. And once again, let me extend my gratitude to members of the committee and the support staff. Speaker, I think this committee did very well, and they deserve a round of applause from councillors. Thank you very much, Speaker. And let me take this opportunity once again and thank all political parties for sending those soldiers to go and represent their parties in that committee, all of them. If it was very important, I was going to do the name dropping, but it's not necessary. Thank you very much. We are requesting council to approve the recommendations. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Raserute, member in charge. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 58.3 to 58.4. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. Councillor Raserute, can you switch off your mic, please?
Councillors, we now back to item 35, and that's the fourth quarter report on the oversight activities of the Section 79 Petition Standing Committee for the period April to June 2025.
In charge, Chair Mabuke.
Madam Speaker, our Executive Mayor and his Cabinet, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, all the chairs of Section 79, fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, I rise to table item 35, fourth quarter report on the oversight activity of the Section 79 Petition Standing Committee for the period April to June 2025.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Rakosa from Action SA. Not here.
Yes.
Greetings to you, Speaker, councillors, most importantly, the fabulous 44 and its leader, Councillor Curious. As Action SA, we note the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mpefu from the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Good day to all councillors, our visitors in the gallery. Speaker, you want to judge performance of the city by looking at the performance. You want to judge the performance of the city by looking no further, but at the Section 79 Petitions Committee. I've said this before, and I'm going to mention this again, and if I don't sound like a broken record, soon to sound like one. This is the most ignored committee, and yet this committee is a committee that touches on all other Section 79 committees. And by saying this is, you look at the reports that we get, or the petitions that we get in this committee, JRA, your street coming measures, you know, city power, where people don't have power and they've been without power or water for a month or so. City parks and zoos, every committee, every department, entity in the city is touched, you know, by this committee. And this is the committee where residents look to when all else fails, and they think that putting a petition together will help them. And unfortunately, this does not assist them in any way. And I think what is most disappointing is that this committee, or the unit itself, fails to make slap chips in a spaza shop, fails at small admin requirements, copy and paste, and it gives us a lot of work as councillors. Instead of now looking at the reports that are submitted by the departments, we need to also be looking at what has been discussed in the committee, what should have been recorded, what should have been upgraded, which is not been done so. And yeah, I think in the last section I did say that, you know what, this soon will call for a motion of no confidence against our own chairperson as well. The unit itself is what is failing more than the departments who should be submitting reports, because some of the reports that they do submit as well in the last section, we actually realized that they don't make their way to us as the councillors. And why is that? Just small admin issues that they're failing at doing. And if you're gonna fail at small, simple things, then when we get into budget matters and all those things, you know, the spending, that is why, you know, the city is failing so much, because we really failing at small, simple things, and hoping that, you know, everyone goes now on holiday and they come back fresh and better, and they improve on this, because this really is not on. You know, they need to pull up their socks as the unit, and the chairperson needs to really make sure that this unit does get to perform and hand in reports and do the administrative work that they need to really be doing. We're looking forward, Chair, as the Democratic Alliance in 2026, because when you look at the Mid-Val municipality in our Western Cape, and you know they can make all the noise that they want, but the facts are there. They prove themselves, and the clean audits, they prove themselves. It's not us. Evidence is there, out there, and it's for people to just read on it. But what do you expect from people who even failing to read their own reports in the Section 79 committees? Thank you, Chair. We note the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Khatebe from the EFF in Khatebe. Is the council, okay.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF notes the report.
Thank you. The ANC, Councillor Nyembe.
Greetings to you, Madam Speaker.
Can you please speak into the mic, please, Councillor?
It's too long, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, let me greet the House at large, our residents who are watching us online. Greetings to everyone. Speaker, as ANC, angiyazi lento akhuluma ngayo ukuthi asikwazi ukufunda, siyakwazi ukufunda. Uyasiphaphela nje, Speaker. Speaker, nalento yogaxekile abayilahlelayo like ANC ayisiphathi kahle. But anyway, Speaker, as African National Congress, I rise to note the report. Thank you very much.
Acting LOEB.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Ngicela bengaphaphela. We request the council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, Acting LOB. Member in charge, Councillor Mabuke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can assure you and the council at large that Petition Committee is one of the most performing, the best performing committee in council. One of the wise men once said, lies have short legs. I therefore request council to note the report.
Councillors, the report is for noting. Can we note the report? Thank you. STC.
Councillors, we're now on item 36, and that is the performance assessment report for the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025. Read with item 37, that is the performance assessment report for the City Power Johannesburg for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025. Also read with item 38, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Water for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025. Also read with item 39. And that's the performance assessment report for Pick It Up Johannesburg for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025, also read with item 40, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Environment Infrastructure Services Committee on the 2023-24 fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department, Pick It Up Johannesburg, Johannesburg Water and Johannesburg City Power for the period April to June 2025. Also read with item 41, which is the performance assessment report for the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Also read with item 42, which is the performance assessment report for the City Power Johannesburg for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Also read with item 43, which is the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Water for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Also read with item 44, which is also the performance assessment report for the Pick It Up Johannesburg for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Also lastly read with item 45, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Environment, Infrastructure and Infrastructure Services Committee on the 2025-26 fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department, Pick It Up Johannesburg, Johannesburg Water and Johannesburg City Power for the period July to September 2025.
Thank you so much. Acting Member in Charge, Councillor P. Magwaza.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to table the items from EISD Committee. Item 36, item 37, item 38, item 39, item 40, item 41, item 42, item 43, item 44, as well as item 45, to be considered by the Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Acting Member in Charge. Raadslid Boer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Time is very limited. I can only speak on item number 42 on City Power. There's so much to say about City Power. If City Power was a private-owned company, the shareholders would have demanded the resignation of the board of directors of this company with immediate effect, because this company is run terribly at the moment. We are in the first quarter of our turnaround strategy and our trading reforms, and we were really thinking that we're going to see a turnaround in City Power, but in fact, it is going from bad to worse. They managed to have a quarterly loss of 2 billion rand, so they drained out of the city's coffers 2 billion rand in one quarter. And all that we can see in the chairman's report and the CEO's report is a blaming game. We are blaming the city for withholding 4 billion rand from their funds and so on. They're blaming everybody except for their own mismanagement. Madam Speaker, this performance is shocking. The basic elementary things that are supposed to be done are not done. The meter reading is going down to 65%. If you don't read your meters, you cannot expect to bill your residents. Even more shocking is that in Roodepoort, the meter reading is 86%. In Lenasia, it's standing at 26%. Madam Speaker, I'm asking you, how is it possible that in Lenasia we only read 26% of our meters and we expect to get money in? It's not possible. Our quarterly losses have gone up from 36% in the first quarter of last year to 42% in the first quarter of this year. So 42% of the electricity that we're buying from Eskom, we are losing. How can we make money? And we see that in our revenue. The quarter one revenue was 6.6 billion, already under budget by 161 million for one quarter. Our bulk purchases was standing at 7.1 billion, over budget by 363 million. So just for one quarter, we are losing 524 million rand on our budget. And we're paying 7.1% to Eskom, and we're collecting 6.6. So we're paying more to Eskom than we collect from the city. And then we haven't even done any maintenance.
30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, City Power has got a serious problem, and we, instead of looking for studies to buy Kelvin back, we must rather go and talk to Eskom for Eskom to ask, take City Power back, because City Power is a block to the city at the moment. We are losing money at a very big rate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dankie, Raadslid Boer. PA Councillor Golden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, there was a small error there. I am actually Councillor Pito. Golden is my nickname in the streets, Madam Speaker. But thank you. Greetings to the Almighty God. Jehovah, you're welcome in the city of Joburg. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, to the city manager, to the executive mayor, the Joburg 11, PA caucus under the effective stewardship of our MMC Kenny Kunene, fellow councillors and residents, I greet you all. Spirit. Madam Speaker, I'm still tempted. I was ready to speak on these items and to respond on what the opposition wing has been raising since yesterday. Even today, I'm still tempted to respond. But due to I am a disciplined member of this council and of our GLU, today I'll just note these items. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colored lives matter.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Makamo from the ANC.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the residents of the city of Johannesburg and all councillors. I rise to note item 36, item 37, item 38, item 39, and item 40. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Makamo. Councillor Kukamur from the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's Councillor Kukamur.
Kukamur. Okay.
And Madam Speaker, councillors, I would say all protocol observed, but it seems that we have lost half of our ANC caucus and half of our executive to a horrible illness. It's called Regionalis Diabolicus ANC Conferences. It's quite serious. It's serious, colleagues. It's known and rumored to take more lives than the Matlanga Commission.
On my right, just hold on. Councillor Kukamur, you cannot respond to councillors any which way. You speak through me. Can you stick to your speech, Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't speak to anyone, but through you, Madam Speaker. I have about 2 minutes. I'm not going to do 10 items any justice in 2 minutes, Madam Speaker. I actually timed it. Here it is. It took legal 1 minute and 23 seconds just to read the items into record. So I would like to use my 2 minutes, please, to appeal to your office again and to council. We need to consider more speaking time for EIS. And the reason why I say this is we cannot expect councillors to do due diligence.
Councillor, you are taking your time.
I am, Madam Speaker.
You are now on 1 minute and 5 seconds.
That's fine.
Is that part of your speech?
Madam Speaker.
No, colleagues, hold on. Is that part of your speech? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like I was saying, we cannot expect our most front-facing entities to have the same amount of time as...
Councillor, I'm holding your time, right?
That's fine.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to say the councillor is more than welcome to join the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Wait. Councillor, carry on with your speech. That's not a point of order. Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We can't expect our front-facing entities, our customer-facing entities to receive the same amount of time for 10 items, a single item sections in this report. We cannot do these items justice with this. And I understand that you have a precedent that you need to uphold, Madam Speaker. I understand that. But we need to accept that when a precedent being a set of norms, I'm not referring to showers and cupcakes, when a precedent no longer serves us, we need to recognize
26 seconds, Councillor.
That we need to let it go. And that is as true for our leaders in our country as it is for the norms we follow in this council, Madam Speaker.
17 seconds left.
So with that, I would like to please ask residents of Johannesburg to please vote for a party in 2026 that take
8
our
seconds
oversight
left.
seriously. Believe in Joburg, vote Helen for mayor.
Councillor, she was speaking to a speech. She spoke about the presidents. She spoke about the presidents. She's, colleagues, can you listen to me? I listened carefully. She spoke about, can I ask you all to keep quiet? She spoke about a president's, and then she said it's not cupcakes and whatever. Colleagues, cupcakes are those things, muffins. The white, colleagues, we call cup, let me say, Councillor MMC, we call cupcakes muffins. When you are a Model C, you call them cupcakes. It's the same like when you're in Model C, you call tabo, and we call tabo. So that is what it is. Finish and Cllr. No offense. No, I'm not. I'm ending it there. I'm calling the next speaker. Councillor Cook from Good.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Colleagues, the cupcakes are gone. We are now on to Councillor Cook. Councillor Cook, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't be cooking any cupcakes or anything of the sort today. To the Executive Mayor in absentia, to the Executive, to the Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs in absentia, all Section 79 chairpersons, and councillors from the City of Joburg, not the ones that are going to be imported from the City of Cape Town or those that have been imported. I greet the talent of Johannesburg in Johannesburg, and I hope that we have the talent in Johannesburg to run the city, because we don't need foreign people to come. Abahambi.
Councillor Cook, can you take your seat? Your minutes are stopped.
Madam Speaker.
Colleagues, can I listen
Point
to the
of
councillor?
order. I'd like to call a point of order on Councillor Cook. First of all, we know that he's singing for his supper, 1. 2, he must point out who are those foreigners
No.
that are sitting in this house.
I can't
or
hear
that are
you.
import. He must
Councillors, I
explain to us and point them out. Who are those foreigners?
Councillor, he's
who
done.
are those foreigners he's talking about? We
He's
want
done.
to know. We want to know who are those
Councillor Belinda? Councillor Belinda? Half
We
of
don't
what you
want
said,
imports
I
in
could not hear with the
Johannesburg, no
screaming.
imports.
Councillor Cook, are you done? Councillor Mbengwa.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I don't need to sing for my supper, Speaker. My job is not at risk of somebody coming to take it. I'm here. I note the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Chairperson Magwenchu. Your 3 minutes is starting.
I note the report, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. DA Steenkamp, you have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Colleagues, I fully understand it's the last meeting, but can we go through it nicely, please? Councillor Steenkamp, your 2 minutes has started.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. City Power is in decline. Its owner board admits that utility suffers from deep structural and financial weakness that threaten its future. That should frighten every resident who relies on electricity for work, safety, and daily life. In the first quarter of this financial year, City Power recorded 1.9 billion deficit and a 20 billion overdraft. That is failure. Worse still, 4.4 billion collected from residents has not been transferred to City Power by the city, crippling maintenance and stalling upgrades. We were told to celebrate because planned maintenance rose from 20% to 66%. That is not success. It's a mission that neglect ruled for years. A city utility never operates in survival mode just to keep the lights flickering. Madam Speaker, where the DA governs, electricity works. In Cape Town, power is brought independently to reduce load shedding. In DA-run councils, budgets are controlled and audits are clean. In Johannesburg, debt rises, outages grow, and accountability disappears. Leadership matters. City Power today is deeply indebted, operationally unstable, and poorly governed. But most alarming or accountable, a utility with 20 billion overdraft would face national scrutiny anywhere else. A city board must account not only to council, but to parliament oversight. Public money demands public accountability. The DA stands for clean governance, financial discipline, and electricity that works. Not excuses, not denial, and not darkness. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zigebe.
Kayelicha.
I'm going to switch off mics.
Madam Speaker, our residents don't read reports. They ask, are the lights on? Do the taps run? Is my family safe? And these items go directly to those questions. City Power has achieved 87.5% of its KPIs, meeting 6 out of 7 of the service standards, improving communication outages, and fixing street lights faster. It has grown sales from 18.6 billion to 21.4 billion, and even generated 13.4 million in new revenue streams. There is progress, but financial strain is real. A 1.5 billion quarterly loss, and an overdraft of 15.5 billion, and revenue at 6.4% lower than last year. If we don't fix losses, theft and non-payment, the service improvements won't hold. Johannesburg Water is also showing improvement. Collections up from 74.84% to 77.16%. Meter reading accuracy up to 92.16%. Water quality at 99.4%. And per capita consumption has dropped. With 1.118 billion in capex spent, 122 SMMEs supported, and over 1,400 jobs created. The developmental impact is clear, but reliability remains a concern. Pipe burst at 311 per 100 kilometers, sewer blockages at 464 per 100 kilometers, and only 41% of burst restored within 48 hours against a 90% target. Speaker, this is not failure. It is a dashboard. It shows movement, capacity, and green shoots, but also warns us where agency is required. We must stabilize City Power's finances, demand sharper response times from Johannesburg Water, and align our infrastructure and human settlements planning so no community is left behind. If we do that, these numbers become more than statistics. They become steps toward a more reliable, inclusive, and dignified Johannesburg for all, where we are not importing Ogogo to come and lead here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sigebe. Action SA, Councillor Modukanene.
Thanks, you tried, Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fabulous 44 fellow councillors, residents of our beloved city, guests in the gallery, ladies and gentlemen, Dumelang. I rise to speak on items 36 to 45. Speaker, While this administration celebrates percentages and compliance checklists, the lived experiences of residents tells a different story. We are presented with reports showing EISD achieving 93 of its KPIs, Pick It Up sitting at 85%, City Power at 67%, Johannesburg Water claiming stabilization at 32%. But Speaker, residents don't live in reports. They live in communities where illegal dumping is out of control. Power and water outages strike with disturbing regularity across Selby, Marshalltown, South Hills, Robertsham, and many other areas around the city. And our streets remain filthy, unmanaged, and neglected. Speaker, Pick It Up is operating at less than 50% capacity with 56% vacancies, spiraling over time, collapsing landfill capacity, and illegal dumping that gets worse every month. Johannesburg Water has failed 68 of its KPIs and still cannot stabilize water provision in critical regions. City Power is in deep financial distress, a 20.1 billion overdraft, 40% non-revenue electricity, unpaid contractors, stalled infrastructure projects, and aging infrastructure collapsing under pressure. Speaker, these are not indicators of a city on the mend. They are the symptoms of a city in crisis. Speaker, let's address the 200 Rand prepaid electricity surcharge. Residents were told that the surcharge would stabilize City Power. They were promised improvement, yet there is no visible benefit. Outages continue, infrastructure continues to collapse, and the poor continue to pay more for less. Speaker, it was claimed in this House yesterday that the poor are shielded from the surcharge through ESP. That claim is misleading and it ignores the lived realities of thousands of vulnerable households. Yes, the city is running ESP awareness campaign across the regions, and Action SA welcomes that, but awareness does not equal access. Many residents still cannot register because of travel costs, long queues, missing documentation, system delays, and shared meters in backyards and informal settlements. And let's speak honestly, the working poor, domestic workers, security guards, cleaners earn too little to survive, but too much to qualify for ESP. These are the people being punished by this surcharge. Speaker, this surcharge is punitive in nature. Why implement a surcharge first and then only afterwards try to fix the ESP database? This is governance in reverse. Yesterday, a motion to rescind this surcharge came before council. It was an opportunity to correct an injustice, but the motion failed because the GLU voted against it, and for that, history will judge them harshly. Residents must continue to reject them in the upcoming local government elections. Speaker, as we approach the festive season, let us remember, residents, especially in Marshalltown, and the inner city cannot spend Christmas and New Year in the darkness and without water again like last year when some had only had electricity for 6 days in the entire month of December. The city must act now before another festive season becomes another crisis season.
35 seconds left. 29 seconds.
Action SA will continue to hold this administration accountable and champion real solutions that prioritize communities, not political convenience. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Butkow, DA.
You're quite finished. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking to item 38 and 43. And all lives matter. After months of radio silence, we are finally speaking to what should be deemed to be the most important issues in this city, namely delivery of basic services to the residents. We are so far behind that we are actually addressing 2 quarterly reports at the same time. That is half a year's report. But it's not surprising because the reports are painting a picture of total failure on every level, not only by the entity, but also by the executive. However, to talk about this in 120 seconds is impossible. The major features are as such: 70% of performance targets not met, a total lack of service delivery over weekends, a lack of quality of workmanship, a lack of care for residents as shown by failure to backfill driveways to allow for access, a failure to reduce non-revenue water, which is still at 48.6%, especially technical losses, which are still at 28%. And you all know that the maximum allowed in the world is 18%. Failure to pay contractors, thereby delaying projects, affecting millions of residents. All this points to senior management and the city's executive being totally inept and needing a replacement. And we're still waiting for the details of what happened to the 4 billion that were swept by the executive. But at least help is on the way.
20 seconds left, Councillor Bidco.
Thank you. Helen is coming to clean up this mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bidco. Next speaker is Councillor Guamanda from
Clean Kaelicha
Altamar.
first.
He's not here.
Clean Kaelicha, Pele.
And then we have Councillor Seku from the DA. You also have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the councillors, the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, generally, Pick It Up is doing well, but you know, there are some few KPIs that are very, very concerning. I just want to speak to one of those. One of them is capital budget failure expenditure. You know, we are failing to spend on capital projects. This is one of the most alarming issues in this report. This indicates chronic delays in infrastructure development, including construction and expansion of the landfill sites. We know that we are running out of landfill sites. So when we are not spending money on our capital projects, which means our waste management future is in jeopardy. And then the failure to pay service providers. Only 27% of the valid invoices were paid within 30 days against target of 100%. The explanation we are getting is cash flow problems. Speaker, this is not only unique to Pick It Up, you know, it's all the entities across the city where service providers are not being paid. And if you don't pay service providers, they will put their tools down, and we are not getting any services if they put their tools down. So, Speaker, we need clear and immediate answers on these issues that are not being attended to, especially when it comes to paying service providers. So I will end there, Speaker.
20 seconds left.
The report has been noted by the Democratic Alliance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Councillor Mkasi from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the EFF caucus leader, Dr. Chwaku, Chief Whip, Fighter Tavisa Mukhapi, all protocols observed. Speaker, we are presented with quarterly reports that on the surface appear to show progress. But when you look deeper, this report exposes a city running on fragile system, overloaded entities, collapsing infrastructure, weak enforcement, and dangerous levels of non-compliance. This council must not upload superficial improvement while the foundation of service delivery is crumbling. Let me begin with EISD. Yes, it achieved the 93% of the KPIs, but those numbers hide the dangerous truth. The department is functioning with a 50% overall vacancy rate. Half the positions needed for optimal service delivery are unfunded. This is not a performance report, it is a warning signal. Added to that, zero capital expenditure, procurement delays, and invoices unpaid for 2 months. We cannot claim success when the very machinery intended to drive environmental compliance is starved of capacity and resources. On Joburg water, the crisis is even more alarming. wastewater treatment works like Northern Works are sitting at 50% compliance, releasing wastewater, releasing inadequate treated wastewater into our rivers. That is not just a non-compliance, it is a public health threat. Spillage still average almost 1 per facility per day, and only 41% of pipe bursts are repaired within 48 hours. Those failures are the result of aging infrastructure, delayed procurement, underfunded maintenance, and weak project implementation. Our rivers like Jackskay and the Cllr are effectively functioning as an open sewers. On City Power, meanwhile, continues to operate in financial distress. It recorded another 1.9 billion deficit and continued to overspend on bulk purchases. Only 67% of KPIs were achieved. Persistent faults across the township, slow maintenance cycle, vandalism, and inability to read meters accurately undermine the reliability of our electricity grid. Worse, street lights remain a daily complaint, either permanently off or permanently on. Both signal systematically inefficiency. On Pick It Up, despite achieving many KPIs, still cannot maintain a clean city. Illegal dumping continues to overwhelm communities. Cleanliness levels stubbornly remain at level 3. Despite millions spent annually, landfill space is rapidly depleting, compliance is weak, Lancashire dams are failing, and way bridges at landfill sites are non-functional. Speaker, the city cannot continue uploading quarterly achievements that are achieved on paper while service delivery collapses on the ground. As the economic freedom fighters would like to make 5 recommendations. Number 1,
40 seconds.
Declare infrastructure emergency intervention on failing wastewater treatment. Number 2, implement a dedicated cross-entity procurement war room, fund and fill all critical technical and compliance positions in the EISD municipal entities. Number 4, strengthen enforcement and accountability for illegal dumping and landfill non-compliance. Number 5, introduce citywide predictive maintenance model for water, electricity, and waste infrastructure. Speaker, as the EFF, we will never normalize underperformance, delayed procurement, collapsing infrastructure, environmental degradation, and financial deficit. The time for defensive approaches.
Councillor L. Zondo from the ANC. Councillor Makasi, switch off your mic.
Speaker, can I forward my greetings to you, the Honorable Mayor Selo Tara Morero in absentia, the chair of chairs. Speaker, let us speak to the item in concern. I'm here and rising towards to note item 41, 42, 43, 44, and 45. Speaker, while entities in Joburg, they are in financial distress, we therefore as a committee requested and invite the MMC of Finance and the Committee of Finance to a bilateral meeting with the Committee of EISD, Speaker. As I sit down, Speaker, I would want to ask Councillor Boot to say, as the madam, she's coming to Joburg, when is he taking retirement, Speaker? Thanks.
Oh, it's not. Okay. Acting EISD MMC Mkaina.
I've cooled off and I was ready to respond to Councillor Kukemur. Greetings, Speaker, greetings, councillors in the House. We have noted all the concerns raised on the report by different councillors. A whole number of them, I think we'll be able to raise them with the member in charge, I mean the MMC responsible for EISD. But I will definitely not take the one that I think it's Councillor Golden. No, sorry, not Golden, Councillor Steenkamp, who indicated that something about the DA, so I don't think that one is relevant. We won't be taking it to the MMC. But also, just to clarify, Speaker, when Councillor Kukemur was talking about a presidency or a president and a president, which we all agree that these are two different things, she then made reference to cupcakes. No one, I think everyone knows, but besides you, Speaker, I've actually realized that everyone knows that our president, the president of the country, is referred to as cupcakes. And she was referring to that exactly. So, hence, we wanted to call order. And I'm doing this because I share a birthday with the president. So he is very close to my heart. So you touch the president, Councillor Kukemur, you touch the twin of the president. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. And you are quite right. I did not know. I was told by others here. I thought it was the cupcake and the and whatever, so, and the muffin. I didn't know. Member in charge.
Thank you, Speaker. As a committee,
Councillor Belinda, please. Member in charge.
Thank you,
Acting member in
Speaker.
charge.
As a committee, we'd like to thank the Council for considering the report and its recommendations. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. The recommendations are on page 36.5, 37.21, 38.3, 39.11, 4066 to 4067, 41.4, 42.17, 43.3, 44.11, 45.70 to 45.71. Are these items agreed to? Thank you so much, colleagues. We are going to push the agenda to finish, and then we will go for lunch, and then we will go home. So can we push? Thank you, councillors. STC. Councillor Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just given the request earlier for people to leave at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock and the likes of, could we please just do a roll call and check that we have quorum still?
There are people that has asked to leave at 2 o'clock that has not left, at 1 o'clock that has not, at 12 o'clock. It's only Councillor Harris over there that has left. They actually multiplied here. But they multiplied, I'm really right, because Councillor was not here. MMC Mqina just arrived. So yeah, they can count whilst they are sitting, but I think we are still intact. Can we? No, colleagues, we are going to go through our items and then leave. Can we quickly count, but be seated? No, we are counting you. Can we quickly count? I'm sure we are correcting. We are going to carry on. They'll be counting you because they can stand here and count. We are going to proceed. Please don't leave the chamber. Please don't leave the chamber. Please don't walk in, please. Walk in. Walk in.
Speaker, there's a hand.
Where's the hand? It's a short hand. Yes, Nkanyani.
No, thank you, Speaker. Just the concern that we may have councillors outside, so should we not be ringing the bell so that everybody comes in?
They are walking in. If they are outside, we will not count them. We will not count them because we should not be leaving the chamber while we are in session. We should not. Just now we had a rush of DA from the leader of the DA walking in. We had a rush on this side walking in. Look at that.
Speaker.
And the people that are most, colleagues, from where I'm sitting, the people that are most disruptive and most moving out is Action SA. And I'm not picking on you. I'm not picking on you. Look at them walking in.
You are provoking us, Speaker.
There's two things I'm going to ask rules. Before I give you a chance, Councillor, there's two things I'm going to ask rules. Councillor Christians, there's two things I'm going to ask rules. It's one of the things that we are walking up and down. And secondly, how our ladies dress coming to council. Remember, there's dressing that's parliamentary, and there's dressing that's unparliamentary. And we are going to have that discussion. No, don't worry. I've noted who and where. Councillor, I'm only going to take one Action essay. Yes, Councillor over here. I'm taking you. Zwane.
Thank you, Speaker.
You'll go next. I want you to close it.
Speaker, I would like to call order on you because for some time now.
Councillors, please. Please.
We had all the councillors that were coming in. Only 2 were from Action SA, and the rest was from the EF.
Councillors, he's talking to me. Please.
It's not a first time, Speaker, that you, I'm not sure if you, the image that you're portraying to the South African or citizens of the city of Johannesburg is that Action SA councillors are ill-disciplined. Every now and then you're pointing to Action SA, while there's other councillors that from other parties that are not disciplined. Please, Speaker, can you be fair on your own?
Thank you, Councillor. From where I'm sitting, Councillor,
SA.
From where I'm sitting, I can see movement from the back. I can see movement from the back there. As I said earlier on, I had a rush from the DA coming in, led by the DA, leader of the DA. They all came in and she even apologized. She showed and she apologized.
What about EFF?
From that side.
Leave EFF alone.
From that side, I could see action come in. I dealt with EFF as well. I dealt with ANC as well. You are all, and I'm saying this because it is the way it is. Councillor Belinda, can we close so we go to the next item?
Madam Speaker, I just want to raise an issue. I want to just say, you know, some of us have watches that tells us at this point in time you must take a comfort break because some of us are diabetic and all sorts of things, and we need to move.
Yes.
And I've got a concern that sometimes you are not considering those comfort breaks, and when we ask, then you are giving us evil eye.
You must ask for a
So I'm
comfort
just
break.
asking, can we work it into your program as regularly,
We'll
please,
do
so we
that.
stop going in and out?
We'll
as
do
well?
that.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that. How far are we with counting? Colleagues, we are still on 181. Can we go to the next item? Thank you.
Item 46 is the performance assessment report for the Public Safety Department for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025, also read with item 47, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Public Safety Committee on the 2024-25 fourth quarter performance report of the Department of Public Safety for the period April to June 2025. Also read with item 48, which is the performance assessment report for the Public Safety Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. And lastly, read with item 49, which is an oversight report for the Section 79 Public Safety Committee on the 2025-26 first quarter performance report of the Department of Public Safety for the period July to September 2025.
The MMC is one of those that has an early apology, Councillor Nkonyeni. Member in charge, Councillor Makuba, Chairperson.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor in absentia, members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of committees, all councillors, all protocol observed. I rise to table item 46, item 47, item 48, and item 49 for Council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Member in charge, Chair Makuba. Councillor Pelzer from the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. Today I want to start by giving the department a pat on the back. In the first quarter of the year, the Public Safety Department intensified their efforts to enforce bylaws and conducted a total of 2,506 interventions against the target of 2,500. So they made their target. This is praiseworthy because that is an area where the residents have lost hope and faith in the department. This is a step in the right direction. The KPI achievement still idles at 86% from Q4 through Q1. Not down, but sadly not up. My broken record continues with the number of fraud and corruption cases received by internal affairs. 75 cases in the fourth quarter and 53 cases in the first quarter. Again, this is the Public Safety Department. How can the public feel safe with 128 fraud and corruption cases received by internal affairs in 2 quarters? Concerning finances, Q4, budget overspending by 238 million rand. Q1, budget overspending by 273 million rand. Still sounds like a broken record. Same overspending quarter on quarter. The explanation from the department is staff allowances and the shift system. But still, it remains an overexpense on budget. It sounds like I'm copying and pasting my speech, but no, it is rinsing and repeating by the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pelzer. Councillor Maila from the DA.
Madam Speaker, esteemed members of council, the people of Johannesburg, it is universally accepted by the entire democratic world that public safety is the first and highest obligation of any government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But this government does not agree with this view. It has demonstrated throughout these 2 quarters that it does not have the safety and security interests of the people of Johannesburg at heart. We know this, Madam Speaker, because of the inadequate police visibility and bylaw enforcement shortcomings, which exacerbate urban decay and the collapse of city infrastructure in all 135 wards. We have the largest metropolitan police department with the largest police vehicle fleet of the country's 8 metropolitan municipalities. But we hardly see JMPD vehicle patrols on our streets, especially at night. What we do see, however, is the more than 500 million of unauthorized expenditure, which the department spends annually in overtime payments to JMPD officers. What we see is a department that has been allowed by this executive to operate without a full-time HOD for 3 years since the departure of Mr. Cllr Msimang in 2022. What we see, Madam Speaker, is an executive that has contracted private security companies to augment the almost non-existent security function to safeguard the city's assets, but is now failing to pay the very private security companies that are looking after the people's assets. What we see, Madam Speaker, is a city that has procured 15 fire engines for the 2024-2025 and 2025-2026 financial years, but fails to make payments to the service provider as these engines are delivered to the department, contrary to the provisions of Section 65(2)(e) of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003. What we see, Madam Speaker, is a recruitment process for more than 500 municipal police officers, which is riddled with allegations of corruption and nepotism. What we see, Madam Speaker, is incompetence and maladministration, which will come to an end when the DA takes over the city of Johannesburg in the upcoming 2026 local government elections. We believe in Joburg. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maila. The next councillor is Councillor Steenkamp. There's a oh, okay, sorry. I looked at, no, you are right. You are right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to greet you, Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor in absentia, caucus leader of the Joburg 11, MMC Kunene, fellow councillors, and distinguished guests in the gallery. Today I just want to reaffirm that colored lives does matter. And as a patriotic alliance, we know the report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Steenkamp. Councillor Magwenchu, ATM. Chair Magwenchu.
Speaker, I note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Magwenchu. Chair Zigebe.
Speaker, I rise to note the report, and this is not Ipintombi closure and content creation. We are governing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zigebe. Chair. Councillor Durant from Action SA. Councillor Nkonyeni, you rose. Do you want to say something? Thank you. Councillor Durant.
Greetings, Madam Speaker and fellow councillors. Once again, all protocols observed. Today we must confront the troubling state of the Public Safety Department. The recent performance of reports and financial statements reveal not just areas requiring improvement, but deep-rooted governance failures that demand urgent corrective action. The department has achieved only 88% of its key performance indicators. While some may argue this is a close target, we cannot afford to normalize mediocrity. least of all in department tasked with ensuring safety and security of our residents. When it comes to the public safety, almost enough is simply not enough. Even more concerning are the financial deviations. This department has overspent 116% of its operational budget and an alarming 149% of its capital budget. Overspending at this scale compromises service delivery across the municipality and places a direct burden on our residents. We must also acknowledge the internal threats that continue to undermine stability. The department reports insufficient human capital, yet cannot provide basic employment equity data, and an unacceptable situation in 2025. The instability is further intensified by way of resignations and dismissals, creating an environment of uncertainty, low morale, and operational fragmentation. Instability is merely not an HR matter, it's a risk to public safety itself. Compounding this glaring inconsistency in disciplinary processes, we cannot claim to uphold integrity when one employee is fired for accepting a 10 Rand bribe, while another has committed a criminal offense, is merely demoted and still sits within the ranks of the department. This double standard not only erodes trust in the system, it sends the message that disciplinary outcomes depend not only on the rule of law, but on who the individual is or who protects them. Colleagues, we cannot lead a credible government when our own departments supply discipline selectively and inconsistently. Standardization and fairness in all disciplinary matters is non-negotiable. Accountability must apply equally, irrespective of rank, connection, or circumstance. Today I call on the executive and the city manager to take the following urgent actions. Institute a forensic review of the budget overspend and implement strict financial controls. Stabilize the department by filling critical vacancies and implementing a targeted human capital. Produce complete and accurate employment equity data within the fixed time frame. Standardize the disciplinary framework to ensure fairness, transparency, and alignment with labor legislation. Prioritize leadership stability. Action SA's local government blueprint is grounded in modernizing our infrastructure, enforcing real consequences for poor performance, and ensuring that procurement processes are transparent, fair, and corruption-free. We remain steadfast in our mission to build an ethical, capable, and responsive city. We cannot shy away from these issues. Our duty is not to protect comfort, but to protect communities. Let us act decisively, guided by integrity, transparency, and accountability. Our residents expect nothing less. Our mandate allows nothing less. Action SA notes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor De Rocha from the DA.
Greetings to everyone in the chamber and to the citizens of Johannesburg. Dear Madam Speaker, please let me start by saying that this is not just a council speech. This is me as a ward councillor trying everything to highlight what myself and all my colleagues in this chamber are observing and going through. Ward councillors are committed people. They are committed to their constituents and they are committed to the areas they live in. My approach here is simple. Let's try and fix Johannesburg. This administration might not feel like Johannesburg needs fixing, but the residents out there feel that it should be fixed and they want it to be fixed. Now we all know that the city is falling apart by the seams. And still, there is not one soul in this administration that actually works towards fixing a broken system. Well, Madam Speaker, the DA system is simple. Madam Speaker, what do we need in the city right now that could make a big change in the aesthetics of Johannesburg? We need a professional, no-nonsense Metro Police Department. Is our current Metro Police effective? No, they are not. Why I say this? Because they do not enforce by lawlessness. They do not enforce bylaws. If they did, we would not have rubbish dumps lining up our pavements. We would not have illegal trading in just about everywhere. Heavy-duty trucks climbing on pavements, sleeping on the pavements, and destroying council infrastructure. If they did, we would not have restaurants operating in our pavements. Madam Speaker, we have industrial trucks dumping rubble on the sides of the road. You see, Madam Speaker, they do that because they can. They do that because our GMPD have no teeth. They have puppy teeth, and they don't even know how to bark. Never mind enforce the law. Madam Speaker, you yourself as a councillor, you are a councillor, and you see exactly what I'm talking about. We don't go undercover to see what's out there out in the open. If this administration does not see what we all see, then they are all blind. They should get in touch with reality because I see what I see. Madam Speaker, I heard a comment that stated that Metro Police are traffic officers and they perceive themselves as such. They are not traffic officers, Madam Speaker. They are Metropolitan Police officers. They ceased to be traffic officers when JMPD was formed, and now they are law enforcers, by law enforcers. So they cannot deviate from their mandates. The city then come up with the ways of getting JMPD to work. They started the JMPD 10, never worked. Now they call it ward-based policing. My understanding of ward-based policing is for police officers deployed in the wards to actually clean up the wards. Not by sweeping with brooms, just by simply by enforcing bylaws. Madam Speaker, this ward-based policing, just like JMPD 10, only exists on paper. We have a reluctant police force that is not active. They are reactive.
20 seconds. It's now 22. No, sorry, it's now 17, sorry, 16.
They are reactive because we have to ask them to work in the wards ourselves. JMPD are turning councillors into service delivery agents. If we do not ask, we do not get. Now, Madam Speaker, yes.
Councillor Nenembe from the EFF. Councillor Nenembe from the EFF, are you here?
Thank you very much once more, Speaker. Greetings to the leadership of the EFF and the councillors in the House. Firstly, Speaker, let it be known in this council that the Public Safety Department is performing. And it is performing under the political leadership of the EFF. Yeah. Speaker, despite budget constraints, despite inherited structural failures, despite provincial delays, the department has remained visible, disciplined, and impactful. Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves. 4,777 enforcement operations were done in the city of Johannesburg. 874 vehicles were stopped in the city of Johannesburg. 268 stolen vehicles were recovered in the city of Johannesburg.
Yes, so what?
Over 1.6 million speed infringements were recorded in the city of Johannesburg. 1,397 drug confiscations were conducted in the city of Johannesburg. And licensing revenue exceeding targets. These are not PowerPoint dreams. These are real results on the ground.
Yes.
86% of KPIs were achieved, including over performance in inspections, revenue collection, and drug-related operations. Where the city is failing in other departments, the public safety is at least holding the line and in many areas pushing forward. Speaker, we acknowledge the challenges: vandalized CCTVs, shortage of fire engines, budget pressures, and intergovernmental delays. But unlike other portfolios that hide behind excuses, this department continues to deliver, continues to innovate, continues to respond to our communities. We also welcome the youth empowerment programs, the safety campaigns, and the work supporting dignified settlement. Because as a safer city is not built by police alone, but by dignity, order, and opportunity. Speaker, let it be on record, the EFF supports these items because the work is visible, measurable, and aligned with building a safer Johannesburg. Yes. Where there is performance, we acknowledge it. Where there are challenges, we confront them. And where the city needs political will, the EFF provides it. Speaker, we note and acknowledge this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nenemba.
Yes.
Councillor Mamota.
Greetings once again, Speaker. Greetings to the executive. Greetings to the
Councillor,
councillors.
can you just be...
Greetings to the
Councillor?
resident of City of Joburg.
Councillor, can you just take your seat for a second?
Thank you, Speaker. I think in one of the meetings I've asked, the aircon, when it's cold outside, please, can you maybe not switch it on or something? We actually freezing here at the back. Oh, let's balance.
We'll talk to the people that deals with the aircons.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mamota.
Speaker, I raise on item 4648, which looks at the performance assessment reports for the Public Safety Department for the period of April to June and July to September 2025. Let me begin by extending congratulations to the department on the successful raid of hijacked buildings in Houghton. The African National Congress acknowledges and appreciates the efforts of our public safety officials.
Councillor, can you move the mic slightly away from your mouth?
Okay, thanks, Speaker.
Yes, like that.
Yes. The African National Congress acknowledges and appreciates the efforts of our public safety officials, and we are proud of that dedication in keeping the city of Johannesburg safe. For the period of April-June, the department achieved overall performance of 86%. Department achieved the traffic enforcement, crime prevention, and disaster management are particular noted, and we commend their efforts and dedication to safety and security of City of Joburg. As ANC, we know the report.
Thank you, colleague.
Moving to the report. Moving to the report for the period of July-September, department achieved an overall performance.
Colleagues, please. He noted one report, so he's carrying on.
Okay.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Councillor.
But Speaker, the African National Congress noted the report. Speaker, MMC Swagu, really you are a hard worker. You are a real doctor. By the doctor, mo ya fail mo. That is why we know the report, Speaker. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Is Councillor Twako, MMC Twako here? If not, can I have one of the MMCs respond? Acting LOEB.
Start to behave now. I'm about to take the podium. But I'm here. Speaker, thank you very much. I will make sure that he emails his speech to Dr. Chwako so that he responds to his debate. But Speaker, we acknowledge all the contributions that have been made by councillors. And we appreciate that some of the councillors have been able to acknowledge the work that has been done by the department. Speaker, MMC Chwako has been very transparent in this house in acknowledging the challenges that the department is facing. But over and above that, he has been able to present the mitigations to all those challenges. That department had not been able to appoint the chief of police, something that this administration has been able to do. And earlier on today, he spoke about stabilizing the department, including appointing the director responsible for bylaw enforcement. So he has been articulating all those in this house. And we appreciate the work that he has been doing in the department. Right here in the inner city, it's GMPD that has been able to assist us in dealing with the informal traders that are not operating in the demarcated areas, and that is part of bylaw enforcement. And it's the work that we acknowledge and appreciate as this executive. So we really request the House to note this report and also appreciate the work that the department is doing in dealing with crime in the city.
Thank you, MMC. Member in charge, N. Makuba.
Thank you, Speaker.
Can you just hold on, member in charge? Darocha, Councillor Darocha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to note that the MMC is so transparent that it can't even be seen.
Yeah, Darocha, please. Can I? Is that a point of order on a point of order?
Yes, Speaker.
But we can't do this.
Please.
It's unprocedural.
We want to correct something, Speaker.
Can you then get up and speak, Councillor?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I wanted to correct Councillor Darocha. It's not thank you, it's thank you.
Ay, toch. You are delaying your own process. MMC Chair Makuba?
Thank you very much, Speaker. We request Council to note these reports, item 46, 47, 48, and 49, as per recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Member in charge. The recommendations are on page 46.19, 47.4, 48.18, and 49.4 are the items agreed to. Thank you. STC?
We are now on item 50, which is the performance assessment report for the health department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Also read with item 51, which is the performance assessment report for the social development department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. And both items are read together with item 52, which is an oversight report of the Health and Social Development Section 79 Committee on the 2025-26 first quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Health Department and Social Development Department for the period July to September 2025.
Member in charge, Chair Ahmed.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to greet the leaders from all political parties. The Executive
Chair, please
Mayor
speak more into
in
the
his
mic.
absentia.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I rise to table the items as read by Secretary to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ahmed. ICDP Councillor Mkonza.
Yes, shalom, shalom, Madam Speaker. Greetings to all the councillors. I greet you all in the wonderful name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Madam Speaker, as the ACDP, we note the item, and we also appreciate that the awareness programs aligns with the ACDP's policy, a document which asserts that the health of a nation through primary health care and education positively contributes to the economic growth. We will, however, closely monitor the capital budget, which was very low, 0.73, against a target of 25%. On the second quarter, we'll closely monitor that. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mkonza. Councillor C. Forisho from the DA.
Speaker, fellow councillors, Johannesburg is in serious trouble. We need to confront a crisis that can no longer be avoided. Our city's health department is not failing, it is being failed. Speaker, this report confirms the city has stripped the health department of the very resources required to function. And the people paying the price are not sitting in this chamber. They are sitting in queues at our clinics. They are mothers with sick children. They are elderly residents who rely entirely on this city for basic health care. There are families who cannot afford to go anywhere else. The report itself states that without funding, clinics face potential loss of life due to inadequate and uncalibrated medical equipment, undermining the core goals of primary health care. Nurses may be unable to uphold their professional pledge and ethical code, leading to frustration among staff who cannot perform their duties properly. This could also expose the city to legal claims for negligence, malpractice, or even deaths. And 19 million rand was removed through the previous rebasing, the budget rebasing, leaving 76 clinics and environmental health officers vulnerable. Speaker, this is not an unfortunate coincidence. It's the direct result of financial mismanagement and political decisions taken by the in absentia executive. Yet, despite these suffocating constraints, our frontline staff delivered a 76% performance rate. They achieved targets in TB treatment success, HIV treatment, antenatal bookings, food safety, and school environment checks. They are doing their jobs. They are doing more than their jobs, but they cannot continue performing miracles with no tools, no support, and no budget. Speaker, officials report zero budget for essential equipment. Zero operational capital for basic clinic needs. Zero. Nothing has been allocated. No maintenance contractors because the city failed to secure a panel before the start of the financial year. And major clinic upgrades have come to a halt because invoices were not paid. Immunization coverage for children under 1 has missed the target. This is a warning sign. Speaker, this brings us to the question that this council must answer. Where has the money gone? The health department received CAPEX allocation this year, so why are construction sites closed? Why can't basic service level agreements be signed? Why are we now told that projects can only continue when budget is available? We call on the executive to urgently explain why service delivery departments like health are being cut to the bone. Speaker, Joburg's residents do not deserve watching clinics collapse while funds vanish. The DA will continue to hold this executive accountable because community health is not optional. It is the foundation of a functioning city, and its collapse is a direct threat to every household in Johannesburg. Speaker, Johannesburg's health department is not failing, it is being failed. And council has a duty to fix it. And council has a duty to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. ATM, Councillor Magwenchu.
Thank you, Speaker. As agreed, I'm noting the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magwenchu. Councillor D. Reyners, PA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's Councillor D. Wilskut and not D. Reyners.
On the thing, it's D. Reyners. Apologies.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, in absentia, Joburg 11 councillors under the capable leadership of MMC Kenny Kunene, all councillors, distinguished guests and fellow citizens, Colored Lives Matters. Speaker, as a Patriotic Alliance, we know this report.
Thank you, Councillor Volskert. Good. Councillor M. Cook.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, while speaking about social development, I just need to raise something with you, and it's a very serious matter to myself. It's something that I, as somebody who grew up in a predominantly white household, struggled with, and over time I took the learnings and I listened to others around me. And I'm going to take this just a few minutes just to say that I humbly request everybody in this House to be a little bit more sensitive to something that is highly problematic that is happening currently in this House. The injustices of the past, apartheid, racism, has played a massive role in our country. And Council has a responsibility to fight for the marginalized, the forgotten, targeted communities. When we stand up and fight for GBV, we do not respond, men's lives matter. Because the fight for GBV is important. The fight for marginalized communities who are being gunned down in their communities is a fight that this entire council sees. Speaker, there is much literature that has been written on the response of All Lives Matter. It is inappropriate in this House to respond to Colored Lives Matter with All Lives Matter. And anybody that needs to go and do some reading on this, Speaker, there's lots of reading on this. But it is, there's serious notions of white supremacy and other things that come through with the response, All Lives Matter. We cannot turn around when we fight GBV and say men's lives matter.
Councillors, Councillor Belinda, your point of order. Aye, councillors. Councillor Sherman.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Cook is out of order. First of all lives, all lives do matter, including the people in Soweto who have not had electricity, including the people in Coronation who have not had water and who are being gunned down. So all
I will say to all of you, my life matters, so I spoke out. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belinda, can you switch off your mic? Press and switch off.
Thank you, Speaker. I did start very humbly, Speaker, by saying that it took me a lot to acknowledge my privilege and to understand the deeper cause of this. And I was urging councillors to go and read up on it, because it's easy to say things, but the meaning behind those things is important. And as this House, we have a responsibility to fight for the marginalized, to be their voice.
You have 57 seconds.
I don't need the 57 seconds, Speaker. Thank you, I note the reports.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councillor Good. Councillor Sachwayo from the ANC. Councillor Sachwayo.
There's one here.
Is Councillor Shachwayo here? Councillor from Good Cook, can you just press your thing again? Okay, there we go on. Thank you.
Speaker. Greetings to you, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor in his absence, Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, Councillors and residents of Johannesburg. I rise in item 50 concerning the reports of the social development period of July to September 2025. Before I address the challenge, I would like to first confirm the achievement of the Health Department for the quarterly July to September 2025. The department achieved 75.6%, and through its HIV and AIDS program, it reached over 2,000 HIV positive patients. We appreciate the continued commitment of our health workers despite difficult conditions. However, it is important to highlight that the department has been operating without the operational budget for the past 2 years. This has placed strain on clinics and slowed the completion of essential facilities that communities urgently need. As the Section 79 Committee, our oversight is limited when departments lack the resources required to function effectively. This is clearly a financial capacity issue, not a lack of effort. We therefore urge the administration to prioritize restoring the department operation budget so that the service delivery can improve and ongoing projects can be completed. Let us work together to build a city where development includes the strong, well-resourced health service that meets the needs of all our residents in the city of Johannesburg. Thank you, Speaker. We note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Shachwayo. Can we have Councillor Zigebe from the UDM? Chair.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Madam Speaker, Councillor Cook forgot to mention colonialism when he was speaking about the injustices of the past. It's important to note this and to reiterate it because an alleged colonial apologist is coming to the city of Johannesburg in the name of Okoko. So, we are going back instead of going forward as this city. Instead, we've got councillors from that party about
Councillors, aye man, you are standing in your own way to go home. Carry on, Councillor Zigebe.
Speaker, Councillor Bilena can sit till tomorrow because her job is on the line. The department has done very well. The department is doing very well under immense pressure. You should note that the department has limited resources, and I would like us, when we're looking at the adjustment budget, to make sure that we allocate more resources to the Department of Health and also the Department of Social Development. These are the people that are looking after our lives and are looking after the entire city's well-being. That includes people with disabilities, the LGBTQIA+ community, and young people of this, and old people, which we, in the next coming elections, or in the next term, it would include Ugogo Helen Zille. Thank you very much, Speaker. We note the report.
Councillor Mopasula from Action SA, Mposula. Councillor Maila. Councillor Maila. Councillor Maila. Can you, Councillor Smith? Councillor Smith? Councillor Smith? Councillor Avance Smith? Councillor Avance Smith? Okay, I'm going to remove Councillor Maila. I'm going to remove Councillor Maila. Can you please stop? Councillor Mphathula, can you carry on? No, colleagues. Colleagues, I'm the one that makes decisions. No, Councillor Belinda. Councillor Belinda. I have asked Councillor Maile to stop. He keeps on calling someone with one seat. And when I call, no, Councillor. Councillor, when I call, no, I'm not biased. EFF, can you be quiet? All of you be quiet. Councillor Belinda, I called on Councillor Maila about 5 times to say, Councillor, stop it, because I've already called the councillor from the EFF to stand, and he was ready to speak. I then called on you. I then called on the whip, and the whip actually turned and looked that way. I called him 3 times, and I carried on with Councillor Maila. I was not being biased. I was asking for him to stop. Because I heard from here how he was screaming, you with your one seat. So can we stop? Councillor Smith? We don't do that. Councillor Mphathula, can you stand up and do your speech? Thank you. I'm not taking hands. Can you keep quiet on this side? Can you keep quiet or you will be out? Quiet. Councillor Mphathula, I apologize for keeping you. You can carry on.
Greetings to you, Madam Speaker. You are forgiven, and it is actually not your fault, because we have got councillors actually, who are failing to keep the decorum of the House, and it is so disappointing because the residents are watching the proceedings of their House, and it is unacceptable. Madam Speaker, I am rising to speak on item 50, 51, and 52. And in the interest of time, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to go through my speech, but there are a few things that I want to point out as far as a health department is concerned and social development. The department is in crisis, Madam Speaker, because of budget constraints. And it is unfortunate that it is our people on the ground that, are affected by the inefficiencies that are happening in terms of shortage of, equipment, essential equipments like your BP monitors. We did an oversight visit at Pumlile Clinic in Snake Park. It was so disappointing to find the condition of that clinic. It is neglected. The staff morale is low. There is high absenteeism rate, because people are lacking actually, tools of trade, and it is so disappointing. And there are a number of factors that actually contribute to, these inefficiencies. Number one, we have got units that are not legislated, Madam Speaker. Parallel structures were created. The limited resources that we are having, in health department, they are being used in units that are not even supposed to be in existence. And then I'm going to point out the urban inspectors. Urban inspectors is a parallel structure. Actually, I liken them to the Amapanyaza of health department because they are not legislated. I don't know what is their role because we have got, the EHPs that are actually, in crisis, they need to be capacitated. We have got a shortage of environmental health practitioners. Yet we have got the urban inspectors that are duplicating what is being done or that is supposed to be done by EHPs. So those are the things that needs to be fixed, Madam Speaker. And I just want to point out, as we need to take stock, on the period 2016 and 2019, when Herman Mashaba was a mayor, we can really, learn from the achievement of that great man. Madam Speaker, Herman Mashaba, during his tenure, he managed, to ensure that 37 clinics, are getting extended operating hours, and that is an achievement. So those are the things that we need to celebrate, and those are the things that we need to learn from. Right now, we have got clinics like the one that I've just quoted. There is a Jojo tank there. As you know that we have got water interruptions from time to time. There is a Jojo tank there that is not connected to the plumbing system. You find the healthcare workers, getting the buckets, for basic sanitation and patient care. That is unacceptable. And it is an undignified situation that they find themselves in. So these failures really, they need to be addressed. We cannot have an essential department like Department of Health being under budgeted for, and it really needs to be fixed. I urge you, MMC, I like you very much, but it is time that we need to have these conversations and ensure that, resources are redirected to Department of Health and Social Development. Action SA knows this report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor N. Mohammed from the DA.
Honorable Speaker, fellow councillors, members of the public present in the gallery, I greet you all. I hereby rise to speak on behalf of the Democratic Alliance in item 51, the Performance Assessment Report for the Social Development Department for the 2025-2026 financial year period. Skills development is one of the most crucial approaches to eliminate unemployment and poverty. The focus should be to create a workforce that is capacitated with skills. However, in this report, the department key performance indicators indicate that the city did not reach its target as the number of beneficiaries enrolled for skills development program was less than targeted. This shows a gap in skills analysis and the lack of understanding of the objectives and significance of skills development and the lack of policy implementation. The department has been unable to optimize on the skills hub and integrate different community-based skills training programs. One of the big issues the department faces is the stakeholder relations and strategy, and this can be seen across all key performance indicators. The department faces lack of funding, insufficient stakeholder engagements and partnerships. Skills development must be approached holistically by seeking public-private partnerships as a way to foster economic growth. Social development is a department that is mandated to ensure that socio-economic rights are realized. Beneficiaries must always be a priority, and that can only be achieved by ensuring that all key performance indicators are met. To alleviate poverty and unemployment, the department must consider doing a clear needs analysis while making use of the information accessible through research outputs available to the city, either quantitative or qualitative. This will ensure that the objectives are clearly defined. It is also important to consider the demands of the economy and to be future forward and innovative when approaching skills development. And it must not be treated as a box ticking exercise, but a measuring tool to achieve economic growth and activity. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mohammed. Councillor Ndou from the EFF. Councillor, can you press your... Just press it. Okay, there we go.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the leadership of the EFF, Dr. Mgcinitswaku, and caucus leader, our caucus leader, Dr. Mgcinitswaku, and Chief Whip, Councillor Thabisa Mokgapi, councillors of the EFF, and all protocol observed. The committee have noted the additional information that highlights reasons for not achieving the targets, and we will continue to monitor the performance as the financial year unfolds. The department have reported reasons for unachievement of the quarterly targets, such as budget constraint that resulted into not paying service providers. which delays mostly into the social development. Other than that, the department is doing well under the leadership of the EFF. Speaker, we note the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nzemande from Nzemande from the ANC. Is Councillor Nzemande not here, or is Councillor Nzemande here? Okay, we move on. MMC Makafula.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good afternoon to yourself and the House at large. Speaker, let me start by saying words or sentences that were not even mentioned. The Department of Social Development achieved 95% at this quarter of quarter one, and 76% care health. I think that is where they were supposed to start. You must give credit where it's due. Number one, Speaker, I would like to appreciate the comments made by the councillors, and indeed, we are really having financial constraints in the department, both departments, social and health. Speaker, the department has achieved several notable accomplishments, which includes your service delivery network expansion. We have maintained a network of 75 fixed clinics, 1 satellite clinic, and also 10 mobile clinics to improve access to health services. Speaker, also note that we have extended and opened Westbury Clinic as an MOU, which is functional for 24 hours a day. Number two would be under environmental health compliance. We have inspected 82% of formal premises and also 88% of public schools with high compliance with health legislation. We have embarked and increased our community health outreach and health promotion, and I'm glad that it was noted by Councillor Mkhonza. Speaker, we have also made sure that with digital transformation, we put more of our work and focus there. The infrastructure development of the department, we have concluded phase 1 of the Cllr Clinic project and is also ongoing. We are planning for facilities like your Rubber Ridge, Freedom Park, and Elas Motsoaledi Clinic. But the issue, like all councillors have said, Speaker, is the financial constraints. In this period under review, the health service delivery performance was maintained meaningfully through service delivery efforts, despite operational challenges that have been mentioned, with the 76%, as I've said, and the performance indicator achieved in this first quarter. Overall, Speaker, the department's performance shows significant progress aligned with the city's priorities, but also it underscores areas requiring further intervention to fully attain this set objectives. And number one, which we all highlighted, was the budget constraints. Speaker, the City of Johannesburg's development strategy, particularly the 2024 growth and development strategy and the city's 11 strategic priorities, the department contributes to the city's key goals such as building and caring safe cities and secure communities, promoting also public health and ensuring equitable access to health services through its network of clinics, its mobile clinic, and also health initiatives. However, Speaker, the challenges impacting the Department of Health service delivery in 2025-2026 includes operational, financial, and also systemic issues. The key challenges include the operational timing and accessibility, which is difficulties in reaching certain populations, especially in informal settlement and hard to reach areas, which affected our immunization on the report is stated there. What I want to dwell on, and which is the most difficult part for us, is the funding constraints and also the budget rebasing that the councillors spoke about. The department faces significant financial challenges, including reduced allocations for OPEX budget. The budget rebase has resulted in allocations that are insufficient to cover the increased costs of running these clinics in the city and the facilities, especially with the expansion of clinic infrastructure without corresponding the OPEX funding for repairs, maintenance, and also day-to-day operational costs. This affects the sustainability and also the quality of services. But even with all these challenges mentioned here, Speaker, we are continuing. We are continuing without the money. Speaker, I would like to correct Councillor Mposula. Councillor Mposula, the EBIT inspectors are not allocated or found Go Health, they are in CRAM. So they are not in our department. So I encourage you to read the report more so that next time when you come, at least you come with facts. So I'm going to speak, Speaker, on the issues related to
20 seconds,
improving our department. Speaker, with all the challenges that I've mentioned, the Department of Health and Social Development continues to offer the residents and the citizens of the city of Johannesburg with the utmost service delivery and respect that they deliver. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Member in charge, Chair Ahmed. Member in charge, MMC, can you press your, yeah, just press it. Press MMC. Press off, yeah, okay, Ahmed is on.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to conclude by saying real families stick together and see through the mirage. So as the committee, we have demonstrated that through the difficulties and challenges that we've had. However, Speaker, I would like Council to note this report. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair. Recommendations are on page 50.19, 51.5, and 52.16 are the items agreed to. Next item, STC.
Item 53 are terms of reference for Section 79 Public Safety Committee.
We don't have speakers, but can we have member in charge to read into record?
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to table item 53, which is the terms of reference of the Section 79 Public Safety Committee, as amended during the strategic planning session held on the 14th and the 15th of August 2025 and adopted by the committee. The committee recommends that Council approves the report. Thank you.
Thank you, member in charge. The recommendation is on page 53.2. Is the item agreed to? STC, next item.
Item 55 is an oversight visit report of the Section 79 Finance Committee to Sandton Revenue Center on the 7th of November 2025, also read together with item 56, which is an oversight visit report of the Section 79 Finance Committee to Johannesburg Water and City Power on the 13th of November 2025.
We don't have speakers, so will the Chair of Finance read into record?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to read in item 55 and item 56, the Section 79 Finance Committee oversight visit reports to both the Sandton Revenue Centre and Johannesburg Water and City Power. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations are on page 55.7 to 55.8, 56.5 to 56.6 are the items agreed to. Thank you. STC.
Item 65 is a performance assessment report for the Group Finance Department for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025, read with item 66, which is the performance assessment report for the Group Information Communication Technology Department for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025. Read also with item 67, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Finance Committee on the 2024-25 fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period April to June 2025, also read with item 68. And that's the performance assessment report for the Group Finance Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Also read with item 69, which is the performance assessment report for the Group Information Communication Technology Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. And lastly, read with item 70, which is the oversight report of the Section 79 Finance Committee on the 2025-26 first quarter performance assessment report of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period July to September 2025.
Thank you so much, STC. Member in charge, Councillor M. Cook. Chair. Switch off.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to table the reports for discussion. Item 65, item 66, item 67, item 68, item 69, and item 70 on behalf of the Section 79 Finance Committee.
Thank you, Member in charge. Can we have Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Boer? 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the last time of this year. I'm greeting you. I'm greeting all fellow councillors. I'm greeting the caucus leader of the Freedom Front, Councillor Franco de Lange. Also the fabulous four from the Freedom Front, the only party in council that have the well-being of all the residents in the city at heart. I'm going to speak on item 68, the quarterly report for the first quarter of Group Finance. Madam Speaker, I think it may be said that something that we really have to mention in this report is that international credit rating agencies has improved the rating of the city of Johannesburg from negative to stable. It's only a one-liner in the report, but it's something really noteworthy. Having said that, that doesn't mean that the financial problems of the city are over. If you look at this report, our collection rate for the first quarter was 90%. It looks fabulous, but it was distorted. We had other levies billed for 209 million, and we collected there 600 million, and we couldn't get an adequate answer of what those other levies are and why we're collecting 400 million more than we have billed. If we take that out of the equation, then the collection rate is down to 87.4%, which is still not bad, but it could be better. Madam Speaker, the city has two stumbling blocks. The one is the collection rates in Region D and Region G. Those are still huge problems. Their collection rate is still standing at 45 to 50%. Of course, the other stumbling block is City Power that is losing 2 billion rand a quarter, which the city can use in many other instances. Madam Speaker, I'm closing off. Yesterday I said that our long-term rating on debt is healthy, but our short-term debt is looking disastrous. From the report we see that our short-term debt, our trade payables are standing at 24.6 billion rand, while we only had 2.4 billion rand in the bank. Madam Speaker, 24 billion rand in outstanding payables. We collect 5 billion rand a month. It means if we do not spend any money on anything except to pay our trade payables, it will take us 5 months to pay this debt. And this is a stumbling block to the city. All the reports are complaining about lack of funding, lack of budget. The budget is there.
20 seconds.
The cash flow is not there, and we really have to put in huge efforts to improve the cash flow of the city. We cannot sit with 24 billion rand worth of trade payables. This is going to sink the city, and we really, I urge the city manager and the CFO to really address those issues because they are critical. Thank you very much.
Baie dankie. Councillor Santana from the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I commence, I just want to give my extra minutes to Councillor Sadabi. If you don't mind, she can have the 2 minutes out of my 4. So let me just proceed. I'm going to be speaking on item 68 myself as well. I have largely been covered by Councillor Boer, but just to note that it's unfortunate once again that Group Finance literally only sat in the month of November, and the last time we sat was in June of this year. So one of the critical committees always seems to be delayed, or musical chairs being played with chairpersons, and we're one of the critical ones together with MPAC. So I'm appealing to the council that we actually stabilize our oversight committees to do the work that needs to be done. Over and above that, Madam Speaker, what's also unfortunate was the fact that when we did go to do our oversight, I am going to mention our oversight, to Joburg Water and City Power, we were promised in Group Finance that the The regional offices would be capacitated with the relevant Joburg Water and City Power officials to deal with residents' account queries. That is not the case on the ground. And that was obviously what we picked up at the Sandton Revenue Centre, which then I'm assuming is across the board. So I would like this council to address those issues, that any political issues that are interfering with trying to get councils,
45 seconds.
residents' issues resolved be put aside and we actually deal with this matter. Madam Speaker, obviously the other issue that we would like to be covered in our quarterly reports is the statement of financial position. We have requested that, and it's unfortunate that once again we also don't have the Section 71 reports for both September and October in this council sitting, which would have also assisted us in determining the position that the city finds itself. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Maswazi from the ANC, you have 2.5 minutes. Councillor Maswazi, yeah?
Speaker, I will be speaking on behalf of Councillor Maswazi, Councillor Sindane, Councillor Mudupi, and Councillor Nofemela.
You are speaking on behalf of Councillor Madupi, which gives you another 2.5 minutes. You're speaking on Councillor Sandani, which give you another 2.5 minutes, and then Councillor Mswazi's 2.5 minutes, 2, 4, 6. So you have 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and greetings to you.
Oh, then your own, ne?
Yes.
Then your own 2.5. Okay, 10 minutes. Sorry, I didn't see your name at the bottom there. Thank you, Councillor.
Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor in absentia, ANC caucus and fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, as the ANC caucus, we are noting the report. Thank you.
I Councillor Nofamela. You make me count so hard. Councillor Nkonyeni, Action SA.
Okay. Greetings, Speaker, the fabulous 44, residents of City of Johannesburg, the handsome caucus leader Marcel Coutriers. I was told, I was told, I was given an instruction by my caucus leader. Madam Speaker, no, not Munyai. Madam Speaker, across all 4 reports, we see progress in collections, ICT uptime, and smart city initiatives. These achievements deserve recognition, but systemic weaknesses persist. A 65.6 billion debtors book, infrastructure delays, repeated Wi-Fi rollout failures, and KPIs marked as unable to measure. Action SA recognizes the minimal improvements, but remains firm in its critique. Improvement is too slow and financial risks remain high. Council must demand stronger financial controls, faster ICT implementation, and an aggressive approach to reducing the debt burden. Residents deserve a city that is financially disciplined, technologically modern, and capable of delivering services efficiently. Speaker, Dr. Nasipi Moya represents competence, integrity, and the rise of young black female leadership. Instead of celebrating that, those to my left target her because her leadership exposes their own failures. They preach black empowerment and women's rights, but they can't stand seeing a black woman succeed outside of their patronage network. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Sadabi, you have 6 minutes. You've been given 2 minutes by Santana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Plus the 10 from Councillor Mafumela.
And a no? It's a big no.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I rise to speak on items 66 and 69, the performance assessment reports for the GICT department for the 24-25 quarter 4 and 25-26 quarter 1. Madam Speaker, the ineptitude of this department renders one flabbergasted. From a quarter 4 closeout at a mediocre 71%, it follows a steady decline. This department has plummeted off the cliff to an underwhelming 33%. That's barely a matric pass grade and meaningless because the targets are hollow and unable to deliver on the department's stated mandate. There was an opportunity to revise the KPIs for the 25-26 financial year, but leadership chose instead to carry those meaningless KPIs forward into this financial year. Only 3 of only 7 KPIs are measured quarterly, and 2 of those 7 KPIs are dependent on the performance of MTC, which itself only achieved 63% of its own KPIs. And both of these KPIs that GICT depends on MTC for have contractual issues at MTC. And so the department blames MTC for the non-achievement of the KPI, the percentage of monthly users accessing the city's public Wi-Fi network, due to one of those contractual issues. And that KPI was sneakily changed from the number of Wi-Fi hotspots rolled out without a presentation of a revised business plan. On the delivery of the Wi-Fi hotspots in quarter 4, only 193 of the 300 hotspots were rolled out. But as there was no budget allocated to it last year, this meager rollout triggered unauthorized expenditure. The KPI number of desktops and laptops refreshed for COJ users, which is a biannual target, cannot get out of the starting blocks because there is no budget allocated to this KPI for this year. What's it doing on the scorecard? Operational budget is underspent in quarter 1 because the year-end processes prevented most of the processing in quarter 1. In this digital age, there is no excuse for not implementing 100% system accessibility alongside the consistent achievement of 97% of the KPI, the percentage of uptime of ICT systems. The only other ray of sunshine is that the smart city projects currently seem to be on track. Other methods of allocating an annual budget than grade 10 level straight line exist. There should be no budget allocation in quarter 1 for the procurement phase for the KPI number of data centers upgraded. Quarter 1 CapEx budget should be loaded with the full amount of the Microsoft licenses, as these are consistently paid for annually in advance. The reporting on the MSCOA project misleads Council by stating that the project began in 2023, when in fact it started in 2014. Phase 2, which is that 15 business processes must be MSCOA compliant by December 2025, and phase 1 has yet to be implemented. Until GICT leadership is held accountable, until the KPIs deliver an innovative, state-of-the-art, agile service to benefit all our residents, until budget is linked to KPIs, and KPIs are self-contained within the department, residents will continue to pay for promises instead of progress. GICT must consider itself on notice. It has a year to shape up before Helen Cllr is the mayor. Under a DA government with real commitment to a clean audit, as evidenced by Midval's 12th consecutive clean audit, such failure will not be condoned without consequence. The DA notes these reports with dismay and requests for consequence management to be applied for this dismal performance. I thank you.
Councillor Natemba from the EFF. Is Councillor Natemba here?
He is here, Speaker. Councillor Zita will speak. Greetings to you, greetings to the EFF party leaders, greetings to the MMC of Social Health and Social Development, Chairperson of MPEC, and welcome back, CM, officially coming from me. Speaker, we as the EFF note this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zita. Can we have the member of the executive that's standing in?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We note all the submissions from our councillors and the concerns, and I would really appreciate Councillor Santana if you can elaborate more, perhaps after the meeting, in terms of the issue of in Region E, I think that you are referring to, so that I can be able to forward it to the MMC responsible. But otherwise, Madam Speaker, all inputs are noted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MMC. Member in charge, Councillor M. Cook.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Before I close, I would like to thank the Finance Committee. The last couple of months have been a little bit frustrating as a committee in general, with the backwards and forwards of dates which have been mentioned, and I think the committee knows. I myself, the coordinator and the researcher, have tried desperately, but in the last couple of weeks the committee really came together, and I just want to applaud the committee for their determination last week to complete a backlog of 39 items which had backed up since June. So with that, I would like to close off on items 65 to 70. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Recommendations on pages 65.4, 66.2, 67.12, 67.13, 68.3, 69.3, and 70.13 are the items agreed to. STC?
Councillors, our item 73 is changes in membership of various Section 79 committees.
Councillor Mogape?
Thank you, Speaker. We note the changes.
Chief Whip?
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on item 73. We note the report.
Okay. The item it's on page 73.3 is the item agreed to. Thank you, colleagues.
Councillors, we're now on announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. It's not announcements per se, but I want to say that when it comes to petitions, entities receive petitions but fail to provide the reports or even make contact with the petitioners. I also want to speak on the sword and the mayoral chain. Access will be granted to view as we have nothing to hide. I also want to say that MMCs as well as the mayor must realize that Section 79 committees are not just a by the way, and it should be taken very seriously as we go forward. But I also want to say thank you so much, councillors, for your attendance and your contributions. Recess will only commence from the 11th of December to the 13th of January 2026. We wish you a rested festive. Councillor Shea, is there a point of order on me?
Speaker, can we just add that that message that you passed on to the MMC and Mayor also applies to Council? Thank you.
Pardon?
Council is also not a by the way for the MMCs and Mayor.
Thank you. So you are on recess as from the 11th to the 13th of January. Be safe. Don't do all the things that you are not supposed to do.
Shay, you hardly get tired of reprimanding. Shay, hambolala, hambolala, it's festive.